race conditions, and multi-threaded code. You know what sucks? I had the worst fucking weekend of streaming weekend the past 2 days because that's exactly what I was working on. And I felt miserable. I felt absolutely fucking miserable. I am being a big crybaby about this, by the way. I just want to make that clear. Stream Elements bot, welcome to the chat. You show up occasionally. I don't know why I pay you. I don't. So doesn't really matter. Anyway, today we're not doing that. Today we're not doing that. We're not doing multi-threading. We're not. We're not doing that. I'm actually so excited. I'm doing something I actually want to do. The thing about multi-threading is like the result. I really want that. I really want that. The process, I really don't want to do that. And again, I am being a big baby about this. Speaking of big baby, there's that guy. Don't know why he's so far today. What are you doing all the way over there? Def const greeting yo. Call lambda greeting. Very well. Very well, very well, very well. Today, what am I doing? What am I doing then? What am I doing if not this? Oh boy. Today, we are doing Lisp. The Lisp interpreter. Lisp. Can I make that work in any way? Lisp interpreter. Lispreter. Linterpret. Lisp interpret. Never mind. The Lisp interpreter. That's what I'm doing. I'm doing a Lisp interpreter, but yesterday somebody told me about a programming language called APL. Also, a couple streams ago, somebody told me about awk, pronounced whatever the fuck that is. I've been doing some research into like text processing programming languages. I found out about Snowball. I just read, literally like 5 minutes ago, found this Wikipedia article linked from this one. Um, so I kind of also want to look at, how other programming languages are built. I'm not gonna write these. I feel like some of them are pretty niche, so probably not gonna be super amazing, super easy to work with them, but I don't know. Being a big baby for not wanting to do multi-threading. The worst part is multi-threading is done. It wasn't that difficult, and frankly, all the issues that I had with it was for me wanting to do it in a clever way. My neck hurts. Because of the multi-threading. Yep. So if I had done it the proper way, maybe it wouldn't have been so bad, but I don't know. Again, the main reason I didn't want to do it the proper way is that I'm not truly trying to do true multi-threading. I'm trying to do um, functions in a user space, functions in user space that the kernel needs to access. It's not supposed to be, if you put it that way, async in any way. It can be completely synchronous, but it really isn't. So, yeah, there needs to be some kind of synchronization with them. And to be fair, even when multi-threading is done, like when I first started the whole multi-threading thing, I brought up a couple examples. One of them is networking, like talking to a server. That is very much just like a coroutine, subroutine, whatever different programming languages call them. Is Go subroutine? Probably. Not sure how they work, but Go routines. A Go routine is a lightweight thread managed by the Go runtime. Yes. It's auto managed by it. It most likely will have a sort of result. Well, no, this one doesn't produce any kind of result, but yeah, it's managed by the system. It's very lightweight. Yes, kind of like that, I guess. But what the problem that I'm having is synchronizing the result of that with whoever it is that asked for it. I'm going to have to create a whole synchronization layer for that. Luckily, I'm only going to have to do it for the file system. Thanks to everything is a file, I only have to do it once. But that's Friday, that's not today. All right. But yeah, even the thing that I'm trying to build, Go implements it with a thread. Other languages that do the same thing implement it with a thread. You don't usually do it, you know, mm, controlling the execution completely in a synchronous manner. It's always asynchronous. So yeah, channels as a sync layer. I'm gonna have to consider how to do it. I'm gonna be doing some research between Tuesday and Friday, since those are the days that I'm not streaming. Well, Friday I'm streaming, but like, yeah. For a long time, everything was single core, so that kind of multitasking was very well explored. I am still single core, mind you. Even after this, everything is going to be single core. The multitasking that I have, and even the multi-threading that I will have, is still going to be sequential. It's going to be deterministic in that matter. Everything's deterministic about it as long as you don't bring an LLM into it. But yeah, it's just that when you have like multiple things running at the same time, it's technically deterministic, but it's gonna be really, really hard to predict how it's supposed to work. Whereas I should be able to create a deterministic environment, if you will, to test my multi-threaded code to ensure that everything happens exactly as I want, to control that a little bit, make it a little bit easier to build. But yeah, okay, today we're not doing that. Thank God we're not doing that. We're doing it Friday night. That's a much better that's a much better time to be doing multi-threading. Sunday afternoon? Nah. Friday night. That's when we're doing it. Okay. Today we're doing Lisp and also checking out a few other languages. I considered actually switching from doing a Lisp interpreter to a COBOL interpreter because I enjoyed writing COBOL so much. Something felt off when it came to COBOL. I'm not gonna lie. It felt. There's nothing super wrong about it. It just felt. Meh. It just felt ugly. It's purely vibes based, my assessment of COBOL. I will not lie. But yeah, wasn't great. Yeah, what's up, Coco Cry? Coco Cry. Where is my... Okay, in this Zig test, hiding inside of it are actually several programming language examples. The same program written in Swift. Look how elegant and beautiful the syntax is. Swift, if I hadn't discovered Lisp, before I discovered Lisp, I used to say Swift has the best syntax I have ever seen. Swift, unfortunately, that is no longer the case. I have now discovered Lisp. Look at my baby. Okay, this is like the worst code I've written in Lisp. This is the first code I ever wrote in Lisp. So ignore that. But like, I'll bring up some better Lisp examples later. I actually will need to write some Lisp before I begin writing any other code. Here's some Go. Very basic. Not a whole lot going on here. Go is good at other like library stuff, but language itself is nothing to write home about. We got Gleam, a functional programming language. It exists. It's a very weird language. One thing I remember is they have libraries for integers, strings, lists, and they use lowercase, but then the types use uppercase. I remember that was a whole source of frustration when I wrote this. We got yeah, Rust. Yeah, Rust, I guess. I think Zozin used to refer to it as scared of the computer, and I'm not gonna lie, it is. Well, maybe he said it about the programmers that use Rust. Scared of the computer. It's not wrong. And here we have Kabul. There's technically no reason to write it completely uppercase like this. It was actually compiling when I did it lowercase, but chat yelled at me. So, audio volume seems slow. Thank you. Also, hi. Yes, I switched my audio interface, so I forgot to ask for feedback on that. Thank you. It probably. All right. Is that better? As my I was gonna say, is my mouth louder? Is my voice louder now? Is it better now? I switched my audio interface. So let me know how it is. Do a stack-based language. Lisp is not, right? Truth is that I don't know about the internals of Lisp. So you can make it, I think, but it doesn't have to be. But yeah. We tried a structural editing plugin. I would go crazy writing Lisp without structural editing. Can you name any? I don't even know what that means. Slightly better, not great. I got you. Can anyone on Twitch tell me? Because the latency is a lot lower. It's a lot easier to know if my voice is a regular volume. Do I have my headphones here? Yeah, I can just also test it myself. Probably easier. All right. Let me see. I'm not going to try to speak loudly because that kind of defeats the purpose. Sounds low still. Yeah. What happened? I can raise the output gain here. Is that... Well, hold on. Wait, no, it's a little bit like... No. That doesn't work. All right, how's that? That's better. Okay, I like it more now. But... Alright, just checking all my settings and whatnot. We're good. Completely forgot I did that. Alright, that's good. That's good. Okay. Trippy as hell to speak and then hear yourself with a significant delay. Even on Twitch, there is a significant delay. It's a few seconds, couple seconds, whereas on YouTube, it can be up to 1 minute for the unlucky viewers, but it's still not amazing. I don't know anyone who writes Lisp outside of Emacs, though. Well, that's Emacs Lisp, though, right? That's technically its own dialect. I am not opposed to testing out Emacs Lisp. Will I end up liking Emacs? The zosification I'm going through is I'm actively zosifying myself. I remember trying it, and the default experience is shit. And I was doing a whole like ranking editors and whatnot, and Emacs did not make it past the first round, which is how's the default experience. If I don't like the default experience, I'm not going to customize it. Round 2, I did some customization. Some made it through. Micro made it through. Apparently, I'm not able. My hand coordination is not great. Micro made it through. Zed made it through, and eventually is the one that I ended up using. VS Code was not part of that because I was trying to move away from it. Kate made it through, I believe, and Sublime would have made it through if it wasn't $99. Emacs Lisp is just for managing Emacs. Slime and slime. All right. All right, so since I do know that people use Emacs a lot for Lisp, I am not opposed to trying it out. So, to the Emacs users, I guess I'm giving Emacs a second try. Um, where do you get this shit? FlatHub? I don't know if I should be installing a editor from FlatHub. That's gonna cause issues, isn't it? All Lispers, even schemers, common Lisp, all use Emacs pretty much, unless you are in the 80s. Well, I do have my own code editor, and if I'm writing my own Lisp, my code editor should very much support my own Lisp. I mean, obviously. But, um, I haven't had any issues with Z, although I am using the Racket LSP. I tried Emacs, I like it, but my pinky doesn't? What does that mean? There is one thing that very much scares me about Emacs, and it's not what I've seen what I've seen about Emacs, but also these words. You know, if I'm gonna if I'm gonna Zosify myself, I might as well just go all the way and do the thing he does with the zooming in, because this is awkward as shit. This is the part that scares me about Emacs. GNU Emacs. It's GNU. I was once limited to Vi. Once you get the hang of it, it's actually useful. Yeah. I've honestly, whenever I need to edit something um, on SSH, I tend to use Vi. Nano if it's something simple, but if it's code especially, I tend to use Vi unless there's micro installed. If I have micro installed, then micro. If I don't, then it's gonna be Vi, because it's always there and it works more or less the same way as NeoVim. I don't have anything installed for it. I don't know how to use it super well, but I know how to use it kind of, so that works for me. All right, GNU Linux. I'm very surprised that just looking up Emacs did not give me a download link for Emacs. So that's pretty amazing. I'm gonna blame Google for that one. apt-get install Emacs. I really need to start having lunch before these streams. But 3 a.m. 3 p.m. is too early for me. Sounds ridiculous, but it is. That explains why I always have, well, I have dinner after these streams. But then during the weekdays, I have dinner after my weekday streams, which are in the evening. So like midnight, I have dinner. Okay, is it just Emacs? And that's just amazing. Welcome to GNU Emacs, one component of the GNU Linux operating system. Shouldn't it be pre-installed? If you're gonna be calling it a component of the GNU Linux operating system, just make it on installed by default, right? Oh no. Customize startup. Okay, so let me. It's like Cobol. It smells old, but it doesn't give me the same unpleasant feeling that Cobol does. Though the first time it did, now it doesn't. Again, very visceral reactions. Bye, Dulce. I have built many Emacs configs. Could use some pointers, yeah, if you come back. Yeah, I'm still doing this. All right. For the Emacs people, do we know how to make this shit completely dark? I don't want to have to put on the sunglasses when I use it. Come on, what is this shit? It's probably here. No, not quite. Info file Emacs does not exist. Consider installing it. What am I doing? What is happening? Um, this feels like a web browser more than an editor. Genuinely, what are you doing, Emacs? What is going on in here? Inhibit default init? No. Inhibit startup buffer menu? No. Inhibit startup echo? I want to inhibit anything. I just want... Okay. Let me see. Emacs dark mode. Try NeoVim once. I don't like terminal editors. Yeah, exactly. You know, Micro, the reason I like Micro is it's smart about the way that it does stuff. Like, Control C works here. Control V works here. Control S um to save. Control Q to quit. I feel like that's a pretty reasonable terminal text editor. I feel like that's a great way to do it. You don't sacrifice the ease of use of normal text editors for a console one. Like, there's no reason why NeoVim should be doing all that. Or Vim. Or Vi. There's no reason they should be doing all that. I've only ever used Emacs on a VT100. Yeah, I don't think you're gonna be able to weigh in on this one. I don't think. I don't think you have a lot of insight on that one. Change your GTK theme to a dark one. Okay. My GTK... I understand what we're talking about here. Fuck right off! There should be a bunch of bundled themes available if you look around in the menus. Customized theme. It has GDB support. It has compilation support. grep. Project. Version control. Game of life. Alright, well, that's gonna be running while I find the correct thing. Customize Emacs. Okay, sadly the menus are in the way. Can I make it bigger so at least we can see the thing happening? Yeah, no, amazing. That's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you. Okay, there it is. It just got frozen because I was in a menu. God damn it. Can this move over here? I mean, eventually it might. Why did it stop? Why did it stop? What happened? Go back. Go back. Go back. So, whatever. Customize Emacs, custom theme, top level. Do we have any pre-built themes? Custom themes, I guess. Okay, here we go. This is all text-based, right? I believe. Deeper blue, dichromacy, move, Leuven dark. Well, that says dark. Okay, I actually like this one. Alright, there's also the deeper blue one. I don't like this one. Dichromacy, Adwaita, Leuven normal, light blue, Misterioso. Modus operandi, modus vivendi, Tango dark, tango. TSDH, wheatgrass, whiteboard, and wombat. Okay, so we're gonna go with the Leuven dark. That kind of reminds me of the one I have on Zed, I guess. Hello, Stony. Oh, that's Stony. It's a notepad, but it also has syntax highlighting for code. Kwrite. What is Kwrite? Karite. KDE. Oh, I have it installed then. Let's just open a random file. There's no space in between these? That's weird. Okay. Yeah, it seems okay. Again, I don't think anyone's gonna be working with one of these by default, but yeah, it looks fine. The theme light blue is obsolete since Emacs 29.1. Okay. Anyway, okay, we got visit new file. Interesting. Open file in project. Open project directory. Okay, so let's do that. Select project. Do I have to select? I'm assuming I'm not in my home folder unless I have to type the whole thing. No match. What? What do I have to do? Close. Game of Life just died on me, by the way. Read the root directory of the current project. So I have to open a project first. Well, I guess I have to open a directory? I don't know. I'm going to open my compiler. Okay, there we go. There's that. And okay. Well, I cannot stand the idea of using an editor like this. I wouldn't mind it as much if it allowed me to customize. It probably does. I just need to figure out how to do it. If it easily allowed me to customize columns where I can run, always keep this column open. Kind of like, like my editor does. I don't have it open. I'm hoping my operating system compiles right now. I was doing some refactoring, so I'm not entirely sure. And most importantly, I hope I haven't made any breaking changes that require me to recompile the editor. But, I mean, that is how my editor works. It's a little bit broken right now. I'll need to fix it. But it does have here and here a directory structure and then a file structure, so you can open projects and open files inside the project doing that. And I actually wouldn't mind doing like its own little auto layout thingy, because it shares a lot of the same compositing code to put those things together as the operating system does, which is pretty cool ish, right? So I wouldn't mind being able to do something like this. To be able to customize like how my windows work, and being able to do it within one program as well, but not with drawing inside a program. Just yeah. Anyway, not sure if any of that made sense, but it made sense to me. So eventually I'll build that, and you'll understand what I mean when I actually build it. You can install Tremax. Okay, so I was asking for packages that I could install. I'm not sure why I'm doing this in Emacs, to be honest. I just want to see what Emacs Lisp is like. Okay, so I actually need to install Slime, is it? The Lisp interaction mode for Emacs. So I want to install that, and I also want to install Tremax. I want to see how easy is it to install things on Emacs. Please tell me it's just a single command that I copy and those things can be pretty unsafe, but look at that. Look at that. I like it. I like it. I like it. Not surprised that it's done with a an extension, but cool. Okay, quick start. That's not the quick start that I was looking for. I'm looking for one to install. Installation. It's included in Spacemacs. For now, only on the dev branch. If you're using the development version of what if I'm not using Spacemacs? It's also available on the Malpa. Oh my god. Use package Tremax. Can I just paste this in somewhere and have it installed. Holy, that's very long. Or do I have to install Spacemax? What is Spacemax? This is what I hate about doing these kinds of things. To get Treemax, you have to get Spacemax. To get Spacemax, you have to get... I see, Spacemax is a community-driven Emacs distribution. The best editor is neither Emacs nor Vim. It's Emacs and Vim. Ah. But you have to set up Melpa package archive. Ah! What is Melpa? The Milk Postman Emacs Lisp package archive. Okay. Current build started 25 minutes ago. Last took 4 hours. Okay, so this is gonna take a bit. What do you mean this takes 4 hours to build? What are you doing? What is taking you 4 hours to build? What are you doing? Alright, installing Melpa. To use Melpa repository, you'll need an Emacs with package.el and TLS support, Emacs 24.1 or greater. Oh, package.l and TLS support, okay. Support for these things. I thought I needed a specific build of Emacs that has this, but no, it supports this. So 24.1. I just installed it, so I think we're good. To test TLS support, you can visit an HTTPS URL. Okay, that's an interesting thing. Can I do that? Like, how do I... This buffer is for text that is not saved, and for Lisp evaluation. To create a file, okay. No, how do I get into command mode? How do I get... Is this where I type commands? But I don't type in... I'm so lost. I am so lost. Do I actually have to type m-x or... Alright, hold on. Let me do new file. No, new file. No, just open a new file, whatever. M is alt. Oh. Oh. Well, that was clear. Why not just alt X? Alt X. Alright, so I want to test this, right? Ret. Doing something wrong here. MX. Right, do I have to do it in here? What? Autocomplete. No, what? What am I doing? I am genuinely so confused as to what's happening right now. I'm gonna change the title of the stream to Dumbass Tries Emacs for an hour, then gives it up, goes back to Z and actually starts doing shit. It is to be OS agnostic because in Mac it's option. Yeah, but come on. CXCG. What? You're genuinely speaking a different language right now. Command attempted to use a mini buffer while in mini buffer. Okay, so that, and I understand now, it's mini buffer. Okay, but I'm trying to type in here. Can't complete in prompt. Emacs, give me a manual. What the fuck is happening? Like, I started being able to type stuff. Now text is read-only. What did I do? Okay, hold on. Let me do a thing real quick. Start from a fresh. Okay, now I'm able to type. But hold on. That is adding a dash. I'm also not on the same theme that I left it in. So that clearly needs a little bit of extra setup to change the theme, of course. Obviously. I guess we're gonna look at the tutorial real quick. C means hold the control key while typing the character. Thus, CF would be control F. And then this means meta or alt key. Okay, I figured the M maybe stood for meta. The problem is that meta is a different key. Meta is a completely different key from alt. Those are two different keys. Run ew. Oh, that's a command? Emacs web browser? Okay. So then I can do the wikipedia.org. And we're on Wikipedia. What the actual fuck is this thing, bro? Why is there... Okay. So I can close browser. Is there a command for that? Because I'm already doing everything command-based. Feels weird switching to the... Mini buffer window is not active, right? I need to activate that on mini buffer, of course. Okay, but the thing that I kind of want to understand is they're able to do this. Then someone said Control X, Control G. Not sure what that does. But if I try to do this, it won't work. Right, so how do I do this whole thing? Oh, it's... Oh my god, this is not a command that I just copy and paste. Ret just means return. My bad. Ew, return. HTTP. Okay, I'm not doing the whole thing again. I just killed all of Emacs now. Sorry. Didn't mean to do that. Customize startup. Okay, so I'm assuming... Right, no, okay. Let me do one thing at a time. I'll figure out the theme in a minute. No, hold on. You're running Emacs, aren't you? Yes, you were. Yes, you were. Okay. Enable installations of packages from Melpa by adding an entry to package archives after a require package and before the call to package initializer in your init.el or .emacs file. Okay. I want to open. Is it a... What is it called? Do I need to create the file? I don't have it by default. All right. So I guess I create the file. Right, the folder doesn't exist. That's why I'm trying to create the file. Do I have to do that? Can I run bash commands from this thing? Not sure. But I just ran it from here. Now, I should be able to tell you to do config emacs init.el. There we go. I created the file. All right. cx to open a file. Thank you. Why is cx? Okay, so here I have to type this thing. Well, I have to copy it, but I prefer typing it. 'Cause I'm here to do Lisp, so I might as well do a little bit of Lisp. Require package. Add to list. Package archives. Melpa. Dot. Ooh, dot notation. HTTPS. Okay, after this line, I'm copying and pasting because like I'm not doing the whole thing. Melpa.org, especially because I don't know how to type. Packages. Close that. T. Okay. Oh, these are just comments. Comment or uncomment this line to enable Melpa stable if desired. And package pinned packages. Most users will not need or want to do this. Do I want pinned packages? Isn't that safer? Are we talking an auto update here? Are we talking... I don't know. Anyway, package initialize. Yeah, I spelled that correctly. CX is just a prefix for global Emacs action. Got it. Okay, so what is... To install a package, run package install. Okay, so I want to save this. Control X, Control S. Cool. See how nice it is to have an editor that is half keyboard, half mouse, which is exactly the kind of editor that I want to build. That's another thing that I wanted to check out Emacs for, inspiration / stealing. I don't know the command for saving a file. Okay, let me hover over this thing. It tells me. Okay. I don't know the command for closing a file. Let me hover over this thing. It doesn't tell me. Can it maybe be Q? Nope. I just enabled read-only mode in the current buffer. Well, that's not good. Now I disabled it. X, K. No. X, K. No, it's not Control X, K. Damn it! What did I do? Oh no, that was my bad. Hold on. Alright, so X, Control S to save, Control X, K to quit. Got it. Alright. So here I want to run package install. It's going to be talking to the thing, and I want to install the package called Treemax. No match. If you paste the Treemax code snippet, it should automatically be installed. This one. What about installing the package as it told me? All Treemax configuration options in their default settings. Alright, do I paste that in the init.lisp thing as well, or what do we do? Let me try list package in the meantime. Alright, so I exit this thing, how? I don't know how, but I did it. List package is going to give me a list of all the packages. Alright, that is cool. Okay, so I want to do this. No, 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 no. Not that, not that, not that, not that, not that. How do I undo it? I don't know how to stop the current command that I have when I do it wrong. It was G to cancel stuff, thank you. Control F to open a file. Alright, so I want to open my .config emacs init.emacs lisp. And here I'm going to want to paste this thing. Can I, is there a special command for that? Is it Control V? Control X V? No. Control X, Control V? Also no. Control Y. Why though? There we have it. Okay. Just quickly go through the thing I guess that I don't like about this is the fact that like if I install a bunch of packages, will I need to put all this stuff here? Will I need to have this entire configuration in a single file for all my Emacs configuration? That feels kind of weird. That is not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do save. And then K to exit. Yank. Was paste not exist? Didn't exist as a word, or? All right. Save it in Emacs in your home dir. You can load other files too. Okay. All right. Yeah, that whole package thing feels a little weird. There are some things that I feel would be better done with a nicer interface around it. Anyway. Okay, I'm done with this thing. Do I have it now? Do I need to reload something? Do I have wait, hold on. I closed the thing that I needed. And that took forever to load. Thank you so much, GitHub. There was a quick start. Here it is. If you don't care about reading the full readme, I do not. Press question mark to summon the helpful Hydra. Okay, so not like that. What do you mean question mark? I think Melpad does it. Okay, so I need to install it. I'm still not done. Is it enough to restart Emacs for that matter? That is an init file for Emacs, so... Okay. But this is undefined. I'm a little bit scared. I'm a little bit scared. Okay, what happens if I kill all the buffers I have? This buffer is for text that is not saved. To create a file, visit it with cxcf and enter text in its buffer. Okay, well, I don't really need this. This is a scratch buffer, I guess. If you use Evil, don't forget to also install Treemax. If you use Projecta, oh my god, do you know the new movie? It's on Tubu. It's literally on fucking... Oh my god. All these packages, all these programs, god damn it. How do you not have Treemax? It's literally on Melpa. It comes with Spacemax. Do you not have Treemax Evil? It should be... For the love of God. This is what they... Oh, I just pressed Alt-M instead of MX. Alt-X. I'm trying to find something related to Treemax. So can I just type Treemax? No match. Okay, so that doesn't seem very installed to me. Emacs folder should be in your home dir, not in your... Okay. Emacs init file location. .emacs. Look for init. Okay. Now supports XDG config. It's literally on Tubu. .emacs d init l or config emacs init l. So that's how I did it. So according to this, now it's supported, but it didn't work. So that is a problem. Also, can I run bash commands from here? Control X. By the way, these snippets are coming back. We're making a big comeback. Wait, can I just do Control X and then a command? No. No. This is Emacs mode command for bash. I want the opposite of what you just told me. My god. Okay. Maybe .emacs already exists. Let's find out. Ah, you were right. Okay, so can I take the stuff and there. Let's keep this open maybe. Holy fuck. Um yank pop. Is there a reason you to use tiling window managers? No, really, I should use one. Probably will. I did do a little exploration of them when I built my own. Usually whenever I'm gonna build something, I try to use existing products that do that. Again, one reason for using Emacs is to do the same thing today. So I did I forgot the names of them. E3, I3, sorry. E is Spanish. The fact that the word copy does not appear. They all use their own little nomenclature, and it's hard to tell. Okay, so yank is paste, right? Yank from the kill ring. So I guess I just put something in the kill ring. What is the kill ring? MW to copy. Wait, so I paste with CU, but I copy with MW? That is logical. Very smart, I guess. You know what? Typing, I can just alias the files too, right? Can I do that? Probably. It'd be a little bit stupid if I couldn't. No, no, that's not it. Yeah, I was planning on aliasing the Emacs file so that I can still access it because it's more convenient, but I want to keep my config in .config, so why? It was why, not you. Okay, there we go. I've pasted something. I've pasted. Cool. Okay. So now I want to save and what did I do? Oh God, what did I do? No, I deleted something. I did CXCU. I didn't mean to. No. CXU. There. Now save that and kill the buffer. Kill that buffer. Kill that buffer. Kill that buffer. I don't even know what that is anymore. Close all this shit. Alright, this is scratch buffer stuff. Okay, run. No, hold on. I need to keep this open. Running commands from Emacs. Which apparently is what I searched before, but I didn't search the exact nomenclature, so mx shell. No, there's a number of different shell commands not to be confused with mx shell, the Emacs inferior shell, and they are tightly integrated with Emacs buffer system. The simple way to invoke something is to run the command shell command bound by the handy shortcut That's not a very handy shortcut. when I need to actually type the symbol, this is something that I have seen actually both Zozing and Valigo complain about, both Emacs users who are Russian, that their keyboard works off of the actual text key that you press and not of the physical key that you press. So in order to get exclamation point, I need to do Option Shift exclamation point. Option Shift 1. That is dumb. Where the fuck are we? Bin. Why are we in bin? Now I opened another one. And I'm still not in the... Whatever, man. Whatever. Hold on. Just give me a terminal session. What is the usage for this thing? I never remember. Is it original first? Target and link name. Okay. ln s, yes. Target is .config emacs init.lel. I forgot the other part of the command. What did I even do right now? Doesn't matter. Emacs. lsa and grep Emacs. Are these backup files? Whatever. Restarting Emacs. Package refresh done. Okay, I think that might have worked now. But clearly. Well, there's an ad running, so I told you, yeah, but I actually haven't written any code or done anything because I've been just configuring Emacs the whole time. What the fuck are you doing? My god, this is slow as hell. Okay, there we go. There we go. Wow, I installed this thing now. All of that, and I installed a little browser on the side there. Whoa. Anyway, which one did I want? I wanted the Leuven Dark, and I want to keep it. Type red or click enable. Type this to describe the theme at point in custom theme load path. Is a variable defined in custom.el. Do you realize how much shit you're opening here? Oh my god! Probably gonna go with what you're saying. Now I should be able to do .emacs, and that should alias to the other thing. And I can just... Actually... No, Leuven Dark. So. Okay. There's a little flashbang there at the beginning, but it does work. Also, to switch the directories... I know I opened a huge thing with shortcuts just now, but... Did the message get deleted? Oh no, there it is. MX CD to change directory in Emacs. Okay. CD beyond. Okay. Did that even work? IDK. Well, I am in this directory now. So yeah, tree max just didn't refresh, I guess. Hello, cheese detonation. This is genuinely so unintuitive. Okay, listen, here we are. No, come on. This is... I see, the project needs a .el. Not no. Absolutely fucking not. Are we adding files to projects just because I use Emacs? I want people to know I use this shit. Anyway, like I'm gonna be doing some. I'm going back and forth, okay? Oh, project.el is what adds support for projects in Emacs. Okay, then I'm willing to see what's up. Although, you know, this is not it. I have to say, all these terminal editors are like kind of, well, it's not a terminal editor by any means. It actually has its own term. It does its own thing. All these editors are interesting, but they are a little bit clunky. They're a little bit awkward to use, especially when you're getting used to them. I'm sure when you know how to use them, then it's great. But you know, till you get to that point, it's a little bit awkward as hell. Emacs particularly seems to have a very high entry level. But, you know, Vim, NeoVim, if I was forgetting the name of the third one, all of them are like that. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna be microdosing Emacs a little bit, I guess. I'm good with Zed for the time being. One thing that Zed has that I think is particularly important is syntax highlighting for my rule language. Kinda need it. All right, just want to check that this compiles real quick. It do. So I'm just gonna save that. I'm not gonna save any of these. NeoVims is easy compared to Emacs. Emacs has a lot more features. Well, let's. All right. Just wanted to do that. Now, the first thing I do want to do, maybe I can do this with Emacs. Wait, I forgot. One other thing that I wanted to install is Slime. See, the entire time it's like, oh, you want to use Tremax. To get Tremax, you need to get Melpa. To get Melpa, you find it on Tubu. To get Tubu, you get it on the... Anyway, Slime, I do want to check that out, because now I'm going to be writing Common Lisp to substitute the build system in my compiler with the Lisp-based third version of it. First version was... how did the first version of it work? It was scriptable, I believe. It didn't require recompiling, did it? It did require recompiling. I don't know what I'm talking about. It did require recompiling. Version 2 does not. No, version 2 also requires recompiling. Version 3 does not because it's done in Lisp. Version 3 is clearly superior. It also took me 2 afternoons to build. And one of those evenings. To get back to the same level of work that I had done in a week for both of the other build systems. Okay, so how do I install you? Downloading. I'm assuming you're not gonna be on Melpa, are you? Quick setup instructions. Install slime using package install slime. Seems easy enough. Okay, package installed. Alright, that was easy, thank God. Then in your Emacs file, point to inferior Lisp program variable to your favorite common Lisp implementation, which is not my favorite, but it's Sabbatical, so that is correct. Okay, so in my Emacs file, why are we in .java? Hello? Here, I want to point you to setq inferior Lisp program. Sabbatical. And I want to save, then I want to quit. Hey. I can open and close and save files. Woohoo! Does it ever need to be this hard? Use MX Slime to fire up and connect to an inferior Lisp. Slime will now automatically be available in your Lisp source buffers. Ok. So, you are still not in the directory that I put you in. I want this to be the project that I'm in. Treemax, I don't know what's happening, but I am in this directory right now. Alright, and I want to make a new file. Specify a new file's name. Well, I do have to give it a name. Yeah, that's true. We're going to call it build.lisp. And I am going to have to use... Well, I should be able to, if I switch to this buffer, right? Do regex / build.lisp and use that as a template. All right. So we're going to load red build v3 red build.lisp. Then this is kind of a complex project. It has a few stages. I do need another buffer open. I do need a third file. Ideally, in this empty space, I can open a third file. I'm not sure how to do that. That is opening a new buffer, right? I'm not sure. Emacs open new buffer. Switch to buffer, CXB. You two gave me your VODs, so I'm here. I won't be helpful because I never learned. Well, thanks for joining, Casper. I already forgot what it was. CXB. Switch to buffer, default messages. Enter a buffer name and press ret. If no name exists, creates a new one automatically in fundamental mode. Okay, so can I do that? No, that's not what I wanted. I want a new frame. Is that what it's called? I want a new frame. Why is there no single new frame? Here it is. CX52. Up. Okay, but I wanted it tile here. Frame would be another window. Ooh. Hold the fuck on. A frame is a new window. Window is a new frame. Right? Because I would consider these to be frames and the other thing to be window, but no, they swapped them. What the fuck? Anyway, now I need to open again regex build.lisp, which is the thing that I want to copy the syntax from. And then I want to open here beyond build.redb, because it is kind of a difficult configuration that I want to do. But essentially, I want to be able to do a quick build and actually, I don't know if I want to make a quick build, but essentially I'm going to want to make a module, rule mod, that is going to be the make instance of red mod that is going to be called, this is an interesting indentation, red mod. I don't like this indentation necessarily. Okay, I'll take it for now, I'll fix it later. Rule gen. Type is going to be bin, it's a binary. Target is going to be native, which resolves to Linux on here, Mac on others. Redacted nowhere, but it will eventually. Sources for this file are these over here. A list, okay, a list of ir manual gen.c code gen code format.c code gen identity transform.c code gen.c ir general.c there's a lot of these. Rule generateur rule code gen.c. I probably, if I was a little bit more proficient with this editor, I would probably be, you know, copying and pasting. But I think it's genuinely gonna be faster if I just do it like this. Rule generateur rule parser rule generateur rule transform.c. Okay, that's it. Right, so that is my module called rule mod declared inside of this let, which is going to be available in here. I should be able to do now a quick red b of the rule mod using at dependencies true, run true, and on success, you're going to run a lambda with no arguments. That's just going to print done, but eventually it's going to do more execution, but that is one too many parentheses. Okay. And then I have slime evaluation. Can I do eval file? Not really. What about if I put you here? Okay, that did have some options. Evaluation. No, no, it doesn't. Not connected. Um, okay. That's annoying. Yeah, so that doesn't work like I expected it to. Check parents though. That do okay, I think. Alright, let's go back to slime now and ask it what the fuck I'm supposed to do. Wait, I'm actually supposed to run this. Or did I already run it? No such file or directory lisp. What are you talking about? It's still not available. Okay. Well, that was fun, but I do need to get something done with this, so real quick. It's nice to use an editor I'm proficient in. I'm okay with doing this, actually. Okay, and there's an error. Native is undefined. Where did I get native from in the other one? Did I make that up? I think I made that up. It might be something that's actually not available. Shit, I'm just gonna hard code it to be Linux. No red mod. Bro, what? Red build. v3 red build.lisp. I don't see the problem. Okay, I'm gonna be wasting too much time getting this whole thing working when really I'm trying to parse Lisp. So how about I forget about this? I do it after because there's a bunch of stuff missing apparently. I'm not entirely sure. Oh wait, no. Man. My regular expression thing is just not updated. You're not currently on a branch. Will this auto update with the changes? Yes, it did. Okay, so red build, quick build, red build, make instance. Wait, why is it red build, make instance? That's not right. Make instance is a common Lisp thing. It's not called quick red B anymore. It's now just called quick build. Okay. And there are also, okay, again, let me not bother with doing this right now. Otherwise, I'm gonna be here forever. I need to focus. Do I want to work on the build system, on updating the build system, or do I want to work on the actual compiler? I want to work on the actual compiler, so I'm gonna move on. Okay. I have a rule generator that, gives us the syntax for the compiler to compile. So there we are going to be calling it with, kind of was having some issues with this, so I'm gonna have to hard code it in the rules. It's gonna be called lisp.rules. I'm gonna create that file, lisp.rules. And that is going to allow me to compile it. And then I should also be able to tell the compiler. With a new build system, this is going to be a lot more configurable. But instead of street.cred, you're going to do test.lisp. This is where it's going to be getting the Lisp syntax from. All right. There should be a syntax that I can find somewhere, at least as reference. For what Lisp looks like. This is so unhelpful, though. All right. What is the simplest Lisp expression that I can do? I can do +1, 2, right? And if I tell this to load lisp.rules, that's not where I was supposed to write that, but whatever. I guess it would also be print in order for it to be like readable. Yeah. Okay, so this is a very basic syntax that I can use to work off. And this goes inside of test.lisp. That's where I was trying to run that. Not lisp.rules. Test.lisp. All right. So I want to be able to compile that. Lisp.rules. I guess at the top level of that, there is an s expression, which I'm not sure if my tokenizer allows for... No, it doesn't. It does allow for this, but it doesn't allow for this because it's like a C tokenizer. I'll need to make a lot of improvements to every element of the compiler, which I kind of want to map out later and explain the changes that I want to make to it. But for now, I'm just going to call them the sexp. We're going to have a left parenthesis followed by a right parenthesis. And what will happen here is it should be able to compile a program that's just made up of this, but it won't actually do anything. And indeed, if I go to my output file, there's all the shit here that is what got compiled. But again, I'm going to have to break apart the compiler anyway, so doesn't really matter. Here instead, well, that's not good. You were not supposed to be able to compile that. This is the syntax of the program. Left parenthesis followed by right parenthesis. Nothing else. So if I put a bunch of shit in here... No. Okay, that's a bug in the compiler then. That's even worse. It detects this as valid, which it really should not. But I think I know why. Essentially because it doesn't realize that this is like the stuff at the end of the file. Yep. Okay. Or not. Apparently, I'm not sure what's happening, but anyway, Yeah, the compiler will need some work. Point is, this can compile. Now, here, there should be a sub-expression. And this is why I wanted to look at a very basic... What about a tree sitter for Lisp? Should be able to look at that, and that should give me a little bit of a pointer to what the syntax looks like. And if I'm not mistaken, .config, open that, fuck's sake. .config, there should be a z-config in here. There should be a, not what I'm looking for, Okay, so what about .local? Z, lib, no. Bin, no. Libexec, share, probably. Applications, no. Icons, no. Where does Z store its plugins? I thought it was in here, but apparently not. Well, I don't really need to do that. Okay, so common Lisp tree sitter. Let me look that up. And there should be a JavaScript file that is able to parse the syntax of... this is the .source. It's actually put in a file called grammar.js. Okay, so this can serve as a little bit of a... This is a surprisingly complex file for parsing Lisp syntax. There's a whole lot of stuff going on in here, which I was not expecting. And I'm not seeing the word exp anywhere, which I would have expected from S expression. So that's not great. Anyway. All right, so right now, the only kind of self-expression, Jesus. The only kind of S expression is an empty one. Can't even be chained. So I should allow chaining them by just putting sexp followed by an optional file after it, which makes it recursive. And now that did not work. Oh my god, why is everything broken? Right, I forgot that now I have to put semicolons in the thing. Okay, so that compiles. Then I want to be able to do something of the sort of print hello. To do that, I can have an atom, which is just going to be made up of a, what do they call them? It's not identifier. Is it identifier? No, it's not identifier. The tokenizer calls that a const. Just a const, okay. Okay, so the only atomic expressions I have right now are consts. That's fine. And this is an identifier followed by an atom. And that should be able to parse this. What did I just do? Oops. Okay. The weird thing is it's not producing anything? Alright. Time to look a little bit at the compiler itself. I would have expected it to fail at some point. Alright, but the compiler right now is built like this. It does some argument parsing to know what file to compile and whatnot. Then it has a scanner to actually read through the file. A tokenizer, which... Alright, that is one thing I need to do about this project. The tokenizer will need to be... what do you call it? I'm just gonna start writing stuff elsewhere. Bro, I'm trying to write here. Okay, so the tokenizer right now is a very hard-coded tokenizer meant specifically for tokenizing C code. Technically, some things in Emacs, not in Emacs, in Lisp are different. So I need to be able to handle that properly. We'll be a little bit limited by that. Anyway, yeah, with the tokenizer, we are able to have a token stream, which then the parser is going to be able to take each of those and parse in what I believe is called a recursive descent parser. I'm actually never sure. Sometimes people ask me, like, what type of parser is it? And I never know. It's a kind of top-down parser built from a set of mutually recursive procedures, where each such procedure implements one of the non-terminals of the grammar. Thus, the structure of the resulting program closely mirrors that of the grammar it recognizes. I'm going to go with yes. I think. Anyway, I think I'm good with the compiler that I have. I just need to make it a little bit more dynamic. Why am I not doing this in Excalibur? It just makes a lot more sense. All right, so I have a tokenizer. This tokenizer right now is C only, so that's a problem. Because identifiers, for example, in Lisp are different. Certain characters, maybe the tokenizer is not prepared for handling, like quotes and whatnot, so I'll need to fix that. Then the tokenizer like automatically feeds into a parser. That part I'm okay with. I think. Because those two are very closely tied together. The tokenizer just like takes actual strings and turns them into tokens. Classifies essentially each element of your grammar, and then the parser just recognizes a sequence of those. So, so far so good. The parser produces an AST stack. It produces a stack structure that's not really a tree. It produces a stack. So normally the way that a parser would work is that in order to parse, why do I have an empty editor now open? In order to parse this thing, it's going to create, you know, a root file called file. Inside of that, there's going to be an S expression, followed by then another file, which itself has an S expression, and it has an optional file it doesn't have anymore. But yeah, this structure Oh, no, not this structure. This is that structure, a file with the s expression here, and another file with an s expression here, and no more chaining after that. Right, so that's what it produces, but it doesn't produce it in this shape. It produces it kind of like this. An identifier called print, and an an atom. Actually, I forgot about that. An atom that is going to be made up of a const, which is hello. Then a very similar thing happening here. All right, so you can still see the tree-like structure, but in the terms of how the compiler like creates it and handles it, that's what it looks like, essentially. But I was thinking about recursive. Again, I don't know if this is actually the name of the damn type of parser that I have. I just wrote the thing and it works. Don't ask me about names, don't ask me about theory, but it did work. Now, the interesting thing about this is that it does create things in a structure that I think is particularly well suited for working with things like Lisp, because it is a chained type of structure, and Lisp is a list processor, so Lisp chain list, it's kind of the same thing. Another thing about it, if I make my God, I am blanking on what I meant. If I make my syntax a little bit more complex, like for example, I include arguments, right, which can be an atom followed by another instance of arguments. That will allow me to make expressions that have more than one. I can't handle the comments correctly right now, so I'm just going to delete them. Should allow me to do something like this. Even though this is not valid code, it should still allow me to parse it. If I don't forget to put semicolons. Apparently the last semicolon is not required, which is really weird. Okay, it still doesn't work. What did I do wrong? There should be a debugger for the parser. All right, that's the structure that it produces. Wait. Forgot to change that. Okay, there it is. Yeah, so this is the structure that it produces. It's actually very easy to see. Again, stack-based, but it works. And it is able to parse this thing. Now, thanks to having recursive arguments. But the interesting thing about having recursive arguments is that Lisp has a concept of car and CDR, which access the first element of a list and then the rest of the elements of a list. And that is, first element of a list followed by the rest of the elements of a list. And this whole thing is recursive. So when you go inside of the rest of the elements of the list and you try to get the first element of that, then you get the first element, right? So if I do this, we have args, which is made up of an atom, that atom being the const hello, then another args, which itself is made up of an atom, which contains const world, and then there is another one. This is kind of the structure of my program, which again, this thing outputs. I forgot if I made it so that the AST is able to output a file that looks like this. If I haven't, I probably should make it do that. But I do believe that I did. I just need to find it in the code. But anyway, inside of an S expression, if I run car for this thing, that's so the first argument of the list, it's this one. The next arguments of the list, it's this thing. First part, this one. Next, this one. First part of that, this one. All right, so that should make, theoretically, parsing and kind of meta-programming somewhat easy. I guess. I need to see. But in theory, I think that it does. All right, before I continue, that whole thing that I just did, this, I think I made something that generates, you know, a print that looks like that. Because this one looks like that, but this is like the entire output of the parser, including when it fails to do something, it has to backtrack. So that's not what I want. If I'm not mistaken, I created a ast.h not quite. Okay, I don't have that. That is annoying. Because it would be nice to see the syntax of the parsed program. But in any case, it is kind of stack-based. Do I want to make my interpreter stack-based then? Because I already have a stack navigator and AST node and whatnot that is capable of actually parsing the syntax of the program that you're running, that you're parsing, I mean. Anyway. I've kind of started talking about a million things and never finished talking about one. But anyway, the syntax of the compiler right now, yeah, it goes through a tokenizer, not the syntax, the structure of the compiler. It goes through a tokenizer, a parser. From that it generates an AST, but stack-based, so an ASS. And then it does a, what is it called? Semantic analysis. Which is just like, do all the variables that you use exist and all that stuff, and also like keeping track of them. After it does semantic analysis, it then does transformations on the code. So, for example, the programming language that this has been compiling so far has lambdas, but it compiles to C. C doesn't have lambdas, so what it does is it takes the lambda, moves it outside of the function, gives it a name, a temporary name, and then refers to it using a function pointer inside of the function. That's how I did lambdas. The transformer is doing this kind of thing. And then it has a code generator, which generates C code that looks like this. Right, so this is actually a lambda. Temporary function 0 is actually a function called inside of another lambda. I was testing like lambda recursion. Temporary function 1 is one called from here as a function pointer. So the original code has... I still haven't figured out the syntax that I want for lambdas. So it's literally just the same like function syntax, like the syntax that you use to declare a function, but without a name. So it's a little weird, but whatever, I'll figure that out eventually. You have the call, you have a lambda. Inside of that lambda, you have another call with another lambda. and it, extracts all of those. That's the code transformation. Then it outputs the transformed C code in a mostly linear way. I've kind of been making all of these the same size, so let me do that. So this is the current structure of the compiler. We start with a tokenizer, parser, semantic analysis, transformations, and code generation. It doesn't need to do anything after that. That's the cool thing about compiling to C. You don't need to do optimizations or anything like that, just as long as you wrote C code that makes sense. The optimizations will be handled by GCC when it compiles the C code. So I leave all the heavy lifting to GCC, which is cool. In a way that a lot of compilers do the same thing with LLVM, I do it with GCC. But anyway, the problem is that this is for this whole thing is good for compiled languages. But we're talking about Lisp. Lisp is not a compiled language. Lisp is a interpreted language. So with an interpreted language, we're supposed to take the stack and run it. So take the ass and run it inside of an virtual machine. And I've never built I want to make this thing like the same size and whatnot. I've never built an actual interpreter. Funnily enough, I've built compilers a couple times, but I haven't built an actual interpreter. So that's going to be a new one to handle. Alright, but that's the plan for what I want to do. Essentially, all of this stuff from the compiler is no longer going to be needed. All of this stuff is going to be needed. And I would like to make the compiler, or the code base really, modular enough that I'm able to do this. By the way, there is a step missing here. Since there's an app break coming up, but it's like 9 minutes away, I'm going to finish defining the entire. There is technically a rule generator that feeds into the parser, really. And that is the program that takes this lisp.rules What am I doing? I'm trying to get rid of this. Anyway, this is the file that takes this lisp.rules, or the program that takes this list.rules and produces this rules.c, which is just a hard-coded C dictionary or array that produces, or that the compiler can then read to understand what it's supposed to do. So it produces like enumerations automatically, so I can refer to them in the code. It yeah, it handles all that stuff. It handles like array sizes, because you kind of have to hard code how many items are in this array, and that handles all that. I would like to make this also dynamic eventually, but I haven't yet, so that you don't have to recompile the entire compiler. But yeah, now that I actually have to think about making the compiler able to, it's like a random speck of green there, able to work with interpreted languages instead of compiled languages, then I'm going to need to figure out, or this is a good time to figure out how to make the whole code base a lot more dynamic. All right, there's an ad break. So before I continue building anything, I'm going to run an ad. I'll be back in 3 minutes and see what I do next. Okay, I'm back. And I'm back on Emacs. I'm terrified, honestly, of this thing. But I'm back on it. I guess we'll see how it goes for a bit. The fact that... oh, it feels janky, I don't know. It does not feel... How do I put it? This is my issue, not just with Emacs, but with most of these editors that are a little bit unconventional. It's kinda terminal-based. Emacs is not terminal-based. But it follows a lot of the same kind of rules that terminal-based programs follow. You know, everything is based around text. Although, okay, not everything is based around text. I can see images here. But I do know that all these buffers, a lot of buffers that you use for a lot of things are usually text-based. And the issue that I have with most of them is that you tend to have a certain level of jankiness that comes from the fact that everything seems to be based off of text. But also from the fact that the developers of them seem to love using text-based editors instead of non-text-based. I expressed that correctly? Probably not. Essentially, it just feels like it was built by someone that does not use an editor with a window. It feels like it was built by someone that uses exclusively these kinds of editors. The jankiness that comes from one, you find in another one, and it's really unintuitive. Like when I'm in Z, and I'm like, okay, I need to find a file inside of rule generator. I click on this, boom, it opens. When I do the same thing, it doesn't open. I have to double click it. That is not a problem. Jankiness may not be the right word. I'm just struggling to find a better word. I don't really speak English, to be honest. I barely even speak Spanish, let alone Italian. But yeah, it does not feel very intuitive to use. It feels unintuitive. And to me, it feels like all of these... Again, I can't find a common word to talk about all of them at the same time because Emacs is not terminal-based. It is very much not terminal-based, but it follows a lot of the same philosophies. And all of these that follow these terminal-based philosophies feel very unintuitive to use. That's a way to put it. First off, everything is based around commands. So by default, you have to do a bunch of keystrokes. You have to do the secret magic word in order to do something very basic. Like I want to save in Z. What do I do if I want to save in Z? Control S. Command S if you're on Mac. Easy. I want to save in Emacs. What do I do in Emacs? Control X, Control S. I want to close a file, and then I have to specify the name of the file that I want to save, which, by the way, is defaulting to... Wait, what the fuck am I even saying? To be fair, okay, that's my bad. I tried to save the folder, I guess. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. No. No, what are you doing? What are you doing? I want to save the file. Edit, reload. Alright, there you go. It completely messed up my, my indentation. Well, whatever. I want to put a new line here and I want to save. Control X, Control S. Okay, I'm done with this file. I want to close it. Control X, K. Not Control K. That's a different thing. I made a mistake. That's an error. That's not the one that you want. You want Control X, then K. And then you want to specify that you do in fact want to kill the buffer. Now, I'm not saying that you can't get used to doing things this way, because I'm sure you can. But god damn it! It's so unintuitive to work this way. So am I using Emacs? I'm trying it, but it's not even that I'm not enjoying it. I'm enjoying it more than I did the first time. The first time that I tried Emacs, again, I had a very strict rule of using only the default behavior of it. No customizing the options, no changing defaults, no installing anything. That made it unbearable and I hated it. And I did it for 1 hour, by the way. That whole experiment was try different editors with 1 hour each. Those that moved on to the next round, I would try them for one stream, installing packages, customizing all of that stuff. That 1 hour of Emacs was unbearable. I barely got anything done. I was mostly just stalling so the hour would pass. And eventually, it was okay. I moved on. Now I'm trying it again because I know that it's very good for Lisp, and I'm building a Lisp interpreter. Although it has its own Lisp interpreter, so it's not very helpful. But also, I want to see what they're doing so I can do it too. But I'm not necessarily enjoying it. I'm not hating it like I did the first time with those limitations. To be fair, people in the chat were telling me, well, if you install this, if you did this, it would be a lot better. I get it, but those were the rules of the game back then. I couldn't do that. Now I can, and I am doing it, and it is a better experience. It's not a miserable experience like it was last time, but it isn't a great one either. I have tried NeoVim. Surprisingly, NeoVim actually made it past the first round, and actually I installed LazyVim on it, and I just hated it. Micro is everything NeoVim should have been. Again, because Micro, what I love about Micro is the same thing. I can do Control S, I can do Control C, Control V. I don't have to learn all these fucking key bindings that are different for each program, when literally every single non-terminal based program, which is, by the way, the normal way that people use computers, has a standardized, known by a lot of people, not known by everyone, but known by a lot of people, set of commands to use it. You know, if I'm working on Microsoft Word, I haven't done that in years. How do I save a file? I know exactly how to do it. If I'm working on Z, how do I save a file? I know exactly how to do it. If I'm working on a completely new text editor, code editor, document editor, how do I save a file? I know exactly how to do it. We have already standardized this kind of behavior. And terminal programs and Emacs, as a terminal-inspired program, does not do this. They don't do this. And I do have to say, it has led to a little bit of an issue building software, especially software that isn't backed by large corporations that, you know, put thought into what consumers want. When essentially you have an open source application or just like a little tool that somebody made, it is always the most unintuitive, it is always the most pedantic experience. Because this is what programmers are using. And it's completely separate from what literally everyone else is using on computers. I feel like that probably is leading us to building unintuitive software. If the software that we use on a daily basis is unintuitive, and the community around it, when you say it's unintuitive, tells you, oh, you just need to learn it. Same goes for, you know, for Linux, for terminal-based code editors, for the terminal itself. The community encourages you to learn it instead of making the thing more intuitive so that it doesn't need learning. Then the software that we produce as software developers that goes to consumers becomes pedantic, unintuitive, and nobody's going to want to use it. That's the feeling that I have. Yes, I am using Debian, and my opinion on language server protocols to be independent of editors. I think that's a good idea. Arch KDE? No. It's Debian KDE. Arch is another one Yeah, no. I feel like user friendliness is a super important. Okay, so to sum up everything that I just said, I feel like user friendliness is a super important thing when it comes to computer programs and apps for phones as well, and websites and everything. And when the software that we as developers use is not user friendly, it kinda encourages us to not make user friendly software. So we end up making this not so great software. And personally, I'm a person that likes user friendliness. Because the thing is, maybe I only want to use Emacs for its great Lisp support. So when I'm working with Lisp, I want to use Emacs, but when I'm working with C, I want to use Z, right? So I can switch between one and the other easily. Well, for Z, I can, because again, the way to use it is very, very simple, very intuitive. For Emacs, I will eventually forget all these commands that everyone taught me earlier today. By will forget, I mean I have forgotten. I don't remember them anymore. So, yeah. Do you see the problem now? I have to memorize these commands. If I can't easily switch from Emacs to VS Code to Z because Emacs requires extra learning. I can easily switch from VS Code to Z because it doesn't require any extra learning. Granted, all programs, if you want to really master them, have their own custom keystrokes, have their own custom behavior. Code editors or literally anything else has this. And that's up to you to learn or not learn. But if you want to use it in a simple manner, basic functionality, it works. You don't need to learn anything. You don't have a manual that's like this big before you can start using a code editor. I find that to be good. About LSPs, I do think as an idea they're good. I don't like the idea of them being server-based because web slop. It's web slop. Fuck right off. It's web slop. I don't know what to tell you, man. um, server. Why is it server-based? Is there anyone who is running an LSP on a different machine than their code editor? No. But as an idea, they're good. And actually, uh, being able to modularize my compiler a lot more should allow me to, separate the parser from everything else. Because another thing that's kind of missing from this is such a neat diagram. I don't want to mess it up. Another thing that I want this to be able to do is an LFSP, a language file system protocol, which is just my own thing that I'm developing for my own OS to be able to do syntax highlighting for my own code editor, file system based, not server based. And for that matter, I'm planning on making my file system have distributed capabilities, so shouldn't be impossible to do this. Also, can you tell that I really like the everything is a file philosophy? Yeah. So yeah, I think as an idea they're good. I just don't like the server part. I think that's just web slop, but as an idea they're good. And even calling it web slop, I'm just messing around. Now that we're on the topic, how do I install? I have a tree sitter, actually two tree sitter. I have two tree sitter plugins that I made, or two tree sitter syntax thingies that I made. One of them is for my own programming language, which I'm not using. Okay, Lisp, Emacs, are you creating these files? Fuck right off. It wasn't sure about what. I do have the syntax highlighting for this thing, which is why I'm writing this in Z instead of writing it in Emacs, because I have a plugin. Now, there is one thing that I didn't like about doing this. I had to make a tree sitter plugin, and then I had to make a Z plugin that takes in the tree sitter plugin and packages it for Z. If that's the case, what the fuck is the point of standardizing it? I mean, I get it because I didn't have to rewrite the tree sitter plugin specifically for Z, but it's ridiculous to have to do it that way. You have a self-contained plugin that's supposed to be like universal. Everyone uses it. Everyone uses tree sitter. However, you still need to do extra packaging for our code editor. That is stupid. Is Emacs like that? Let's find out. Emacs install a tree sitter plugin. I do like everything as a file, as a matter of fact. One of the few things that I think Unix really hit the nail on the head with that one. From Melpa. We have to do it from Melpa. Alright, it's literally on Tubu. Am I even saying that? It's literally on Tubu. This is what I'm referencing, by the way. It's on Tubu. It's literally on Hibi. It's on Pudi with ads. It's literally on Dippy. You can probably find it on Wino. Dude, it's on Gumpy. It's a Fibo original. It's on Poob. You can watch it on Poob. You can go to Poob and watch it. Log on to Poob right now. It's not even wrong, because Disney will combine its Hulu Plus live TV business with Fubo. Disney will own 70% of the company and appoint members to its board. The combined business will operate under the name Fubo. And this is one of those generational tweets. It's one of those Hall of Fame tweets. Right there, and it's only from last year too. So yeah, you can literally install it from Melpa. You can literally get it from Melpa. It also comes packaged with Space Emacs. Alright. I'm not even sure why I'm not actually complaining. It's good that you can install it from Melpa, because I already installed Melpa. It would have been really stupid if each package that I want to install requires me to have my own package, its own package manager. That is really annoying. Okay, installing from Melpa. I want to... Should be package install, right? Package install. I was gonna do Melpa. No, that's not the one I want to install. I want to install Tree Sitter. Wait, do I need to install Tree Sitter specifically? Yes, right? Okay, Tree Sitter installed. Getting started. The minor mode tree sitter mode provides a buffer local syntax tree, which is kept up to date with changes to the buffer's text. It can be toggled. I stared at this word for a bit, thinking that it was misspelled. But no, that's just dyslexia playing little tricks on me. In a buffer by the command tree sitter mode or enabled through major mode hooks. Okay, listen here. This is the deal. Somewhere in my home folder, I have a tree sitter cred rules, which is actually the wrong name. No, it's tree sitter beyond. No, let me look at my GitHub real quick. Why do I have both of those? Should only be one of them. Tree sitter beyond. And this one is, yes, the syntax for this syntax highlighting. Alright, so let's see how difficult it is to get this thing to syntax highlight this file. In a perfect world, I just installed Tree Sitter. Okay, I should just be able to tell Tree Sitter, hey, the files with the .rules extension, use this plugin to syntax highlight them. Anything more complex than that, I will be complaining. I will be talking to the manager. Languages. The package resetter length is a language bundle that contains shared libraries for some languages. When it's loaded, no, I want my own language. Okay. A language object defines how to parse a particular programming language. It is usually dynamically loaded from a shared library. It's literally a JS file. What do you... Well, it actually compiles to a C file. What do you mean a dynamic library? Do I need to make? Ah, okay. It opened in the background. I don't know why. I don't know if it's KDE. I don't know if it's Debian. I don't know if it's Linux. I don't know if it's Linus Torvalds himself. But who loves opening shit in the background? I keep clicking on links and then it's like, Firefox is ready with your link. Bro, show it to me. By the way, the other thing is, if TreeSitter is this universal way of doing syntax highlighting, all languages should have it. I mean, all editors should be able to use a common structure to talk to it. Should they not? Should they not? Should, am I wrong? Am I wrong for thinking that something should be simple? My bad. I forgot. We're in pedantic land. Okay, I guess it can compile to a .dylib. Or, well, hold on. Dylib is for Mac. This would be compile it to a SO file, which I have not done. So, is there a make all command, or do I have to make all, make install? Okay, make install. Let's try that. cd into TreeSitter beyond make install. No such file or directory. TreeSitter. I actually don't have TreeSitter installed here. Hadn't thought about that. This cannot be the main page for TreeSitter. What is this word vomit? Even the index is too big. Just give me a download button. Do you see what I mean when I say software is overcomplicated, and it really does not help the fact that the people who make it are using overcomplicated software and to a certain extent gatekeeping that overcomplicated software? Because if you think that the software is overcomplicated, that's just a skill issue, you just need to learn how to use it. Am I wrong for thinking that? Like, this is a valid website for TreeSitter, where it's telling me about all the plugins that it has and all the oh my god, that's so amazing. But like, how, if I want to start working with TreeSitter, how do I do it? I do need to do that, right? Because now I'm starting to doubt. Do I need to do that? I mean, it is complaining about... Oh, I'm so lost. It's getting hot as hell in here too. Alright. Install. I guess is not what I want. I just want to make... Because it does want tree sitter as a program. It's expecting a program called tree sitter. So I should be able to find a program called tree sitter. Tree sitter CLI should be maybe. It's installed through npm. Where's that fucker? Where's that motherfucker? This fucker. This fucker who created JavaScript in like 10 days. Which is about the same time that he lasted as CEO of Mozilla for being homophobic. He is responsible for the fact that in order to get tree sitter, I have to get npm. The shittiest package manager. Net negative to computing this guy has been. My god. And to LGBT communities as well. Like, fuck. I know there's dogs for everything, but can't everything work the same way? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Everything does work the same way outside of the developer community. In the developer community, we get a lot of, well, the thing is that, well, it's just that, and we're never gonna get anywhere. Anyway, fuck's sake. I need npm, which of course I don't have. Now we need to install npm so I can install tree sitter CLI, all because I didn't bother creating an actual executable for this thing because I never needed it. Although I also have cred beyond z, which has, please have it, please have it. Is this it by any chance? Is that the compiled version? Oof. No, it's not compiled. I don't know what the .in is. Yeah, that's not it. But I do have the plugin installed. It's gotta be a way I don't have to install that shit anymore. Come on. Can you tell me where this is installed? Right, I installed it from GitHub. There's a WASM. It's WebAssembly. To do syntax highlighting, I need WebAssembly. Or npm, which, yes, is the node package manager. The one that famously recently has been targeted by a lot of, what is it called? Supply chain attacks. Sign up? Sign up? You're joking, right? I just want to download npm. I am going to throw my computer out of the fucking window. I just want to download npm after I'm being forced to use it to build an executable for my native system so I can then use that to syntax highlight a file. We are 10 layers deep into bullshit, most of which is JavaScript. Please stop. I'm not gonna sign up. To download the latest version of NPM on the command line, run the following command. I need that thing that Zozing has. Genuinely, if I'm gonna be turning into him using Emacs, I need to go all in and actually get the zooming thing. NPM install g npm. To install npm, it's telling me to use npm. I think I am not freaking out enough. I'm going back to multi-threading code. I don't know what to tell you, man. Ooh. Okay, you know what? I think I have it on my laptop. Since that one hasn't broken my network drivers, I didn't have to do a full system wipe. So I should have tree sitter thread. I don't have it. I don't have it installed. Okay. Okay, so we're not gonna have syntax highlighting in Emacs. I'm gonna move on from this entire thing. What the fuck? Actually, what the fuck was any of that? Christ. Let's see what happens if I just keep clicking this. Okay, we got to this point. Okay, cool. Everything is always broken and forever breaking. Okay. How to install npm? Yeah, you need to install Node to download npm. It's on Tubu. It's on fucking Tubu. Should we try? I want to try. All right. It is literally on Tubu. Look at all those dependencies. Continue, unfortunately. There's no unfortunately option, so I have to say yes. Can we start over? Can we go back to the 90s and start over? Can we go back to 1992 and start over with computing? And also prevent Brendan Ike from ever touching a computer ever? Thank you. Time machine people, get on it. We have a reason to use a time machine. I want to go back to the 90s and start over. We wouldn't have JavaScript. We wouldn't have... TCP would not have taken over. We could have done Linux better. We could have moved on from POSIX standard, or at the very least, like, actually make a proper standard that includes visual computing. The fact that a UI is not in any way, shape, or form considered to be even part of the operating system. The kernel doesn't know what it is. Like, no. I never am able to articulate what I mean with that properly, but like, fuck right off. UI should be a part of some standard. It should be standardized. Okay, so we can do that. We can let Plan 9 take over off of Unix. Because Plan 9 was apparently killed off by Inferno. Inferno was killed off by Java. For some reason, an operating system was killed off by a programming language based on the fact that both of them were using virtual machines. And I think JavaScript had something to do with that. Maybe somebody got confused and thought Java and JavaScript were the same thing. Now, npm install tree sitter cli. Error. Tu puta madre. Also, while we're at it, destroy this fucking command. Can we do that? Can we get rid of it? Please? I'm tired. I'm tired of installing shit in root. That is ridiculous. You know what? Maybe it's not in my best interest for Plan 9 to take over instead of Unix, because I am making somewhat of a spiritual successor, so... Yeah, but then again, maybe I wouldn't have done it from scratch. I would have used an existing kernel. I wouldn't have to deal with multi-threading myself. Well, either way, it's all of this is a hypothetical. Unfortunately, I am stuck in this reality. Okay. Can we now make call? Did we make all? I think we made all. What's a PC file? What is this PC file? Oh, okay. I did get an SO, a significant other, so I got what I wanted. Alright, Emacs. Now, I have tree sitter plugin. I have a tree sitter so. I want to dynamically load a language object. But of course, they don't tell you how to do it directly from an SO file. So that is not so helpful. Okay. Emacs tree sitter load.so file. Load custom dynamic library. No, not quite, but okay, this guy's teaching at least how to do it in a somewhat okay. Emacs provides a function treesit install language grammar to install them automatically, but you need to tell it where to find them in a variable treesitter language source a list. Add this to your init.el. Now I'm gonna copy the whole thing. Okay. Let's see, maybe it's actually easier. I didn't even need npm. Right. Pasting is not pasting. Control V does something else. Pasting is Control W. Control Y. Why? I don't know. Again, it's yank. It stands for yank. And definitely not for jank. Anyway. Do I need to compile the SO file? I guess we can look into one of these and see if they have it. I'm not seeing any .so files. They have a zig, they have a zon, they have a mod, they have a sum. They have a package.swift? Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Tengo miedo. Okay, I'm gonna try. Please work. Alright, so the one that I need is my own, that comes from the Ferrari Tree Setter Beyond. This is the Git repository for the thing. So, not you. I did it again. I forgot. Control V does not paste. Okay, and can I give you the name of the language like this? It's not a language that you will recognize, but maybe. Okay, that should be enough. Parenthesis wise, we're good. I save the file. And then I don't know how to reload the init file, so I'm literally just restarting Emacs every time. And then, again, how could you possibly know the language that this should follow? Like, okay, you have the file here. I should have it installed, maybe? I'm not entirely sure, but how do I tell you this language is for a specific Emacs file extension association? Don't tell me you need to install a package for that. How do I specify Emacs specify syntax highlight for file? The line you add to your Emacs files, okay. I don't understand. I don't understand at all what I'm supposed to be doing. It just feels like running random commands. I will say I am struggling a bit, but it does what I expected it to do. It doesn't require me to do a whole bunch of BS like Zed did to configure an existing tree sitter plugin. I literally just had to give it the GitHub. For that matter, real quick. Forgot to do this. Bye. See you. Bye. Bye. Look at all that. Look at all the crap leaving my computer. Breathe easy, buddy. We did it. I'm not deleting a whole bunch of important stuff also. I guess if tomorrow I'm on Fedora, then we know that I nuked my distro again and I had to reinstall. Anyway. Mode. No language register for major mode, fundamental mode. Okay, I'm starting to understand. So I should do something like this, right? Add to list. So again, in my Emacs config file. That's the wrong. This. Sorry, I typed it wrong. If only there was a way to do things without um, having to base everything off of commands, then maybe we could have a more intuitive way of working with this editor. Now here I don't know what to type. But I did have it in the other one. Like before this. There's like a lot of manual configuration that just comes from straight up writing Lisp. I don't mind writing Lisp, but why do I need to do all this custom configuration? Shouldn't it be provided by a library or something? Because I genuinely don't understand what I'm supposed to be doing besides logging into Reddit. Match parentheses? No, I don't want any of this. This is for the indentation style. Okay. To be fair, that is one thing that Zed handled in its custom plugin. I defined the indentation style and a bunch of other stuff like that, but like all I want is for dot rule this. This is the thing that I was looking for. I want dot rule files to be handled by the other mode, but again, I don't know if I can just use the words beyond mode and that will work. I have no idea. Anyway, I guess we'll find out. If I just do this dot rules, so this is a regular expression dot no octave beyond mode, close that parenthesis and close this parenthesis. And now we're on this side. Okay. All right. If I did everything correctly, which I highly doubt, but I'm trying to do syntax highlighting for my own language in Emacs. I already have the tree setter plugin. I was just trying to install it, and I have to say, so far it has been a more pleasant experience than it was on Zed. Okay, that didn't work. Ignoring unknown mode beyond mode. Okay, so that is what I was wondering. What the fuck is a mode? I installed the plugin, and now I need to find a way to call that plugin beyond mode. Custom mode. Is mode an Emacs? An Emacs thing? Custom mode line. Is that what I want? One-on-one coaching on Emacs, Linux, or life in general. €10 per hour. This is exactly what I'm talking about. What do you mean somebody is offering coaching for an operating system and a code editor? Then the operating system and the code editor are not very well made if it requires one-on-one coaching. Like, imagine if I said, well, actually, Apple does offer this. I was gonna say, imagine if I said that Apple offers one-on-one coaching. Imagine if I started offering one-on-one coaching for macOS, but does this not work anymore? How do I do this? They do offer personal setup, and I do know that they offer sessions at the Apple Store where you go and you learn stuff. But like, this is normal customer service shit from a big corporation, it's not super weird. But like, you can use Mac without needing a course. Can Linux say the same? No. Having recently configured one of the simpler distributions, I spent a stupid amount of time in the terminal. When I try to use an editor like Emacs or Vim, I always end up returning traditional IDE like VS Code. It's too much work to make them work as I want. Have you considered a one-on-one coaching session with this dude? Education.apple.com. Thank you. They do offer that, to be fair. But like, anyone who has a Mac, did you know this was a thing? You do see them sometimes at the Apple Store. But like, it's a very much a thing that, you know, they do. On top of an already intuitive operating system. I remember seeing some old ads from Mac back in the original Jobs era, the first one. When they were like, they were using, I'm not sure if anyone back then knows about this, pre-JavaScript, in the 1980s PJ pre-JavaScript, I do remember them doing some marketing, bragging about the fact that their computers had a very small manual compared to like the encyclopedias that you had to get to use any other kind of computer. So hey, that. Linux is just missing simpleware. I remember I was trying configuring normal stuff. Oh, that option. No, you won't find it in the settings. Go into the terminal and type this in. With sudo, by the way. Copy and paste. Don't read the command. Sorry for thinking that is maybe unintuitive and a little bit bad. You know, actually, I do have Kate pre-installed because of one of these things. Anyway, I literally don't understand what I'm looking at. But what I do know, if any Emacs experts can understand what the fuck I'm trying to do, I have a tree sitter plugin, which I installed with this thing here. Right, that is its URL. And then I am trying to make it associated with to any files that have the .rules extension. How I do that? How? It's not easy. I copied something that gave me a mode thing, but this beyond mode, I never thought it would be. Like, this is not a string. This is literally something that is undefined. So how do I define it? What is a mode even? And how do I make my own? And yeah. Also, would it be called tree sitter? No, not really. I don't know what I'm doing. I think it shouldn't be this difficult. How many desktop? I have GNOME, KDE Plasma, and I have XFCE. Is that how you pronounce that, by the way? That sounds like such a bad way of pronouncing that. That regex looks wrong? I don't know about that. XFCE. I could have come up with a better name for that one. No, it's... Ah, shit. Looking at the way that I had to do regex in C, I don't know about Lisp, but it's escaping the dot using an escape, but because this itself looks like a weird escape sequence in the string, you escape the escape. So that the regular expression parser sees this. See, otherwise, yeah. This is considered to be escaping the dot in the string itself, whereas you really need it in the regular expression. So I think that's correct. Then rules and then end of string. So I think that is correct. And there I go again, doing it wrong. It's not Control S, it's Control XS. Kind of seem like someone that would enjoy i3 and Sway. Have you ever tried it? Yes. In a VM. I have. It was black though, not blue. Yeah, I am probably going to install. See, the thing is that I tried a bunch of them in a VM and I liked some of them. I don't remember which is the problem. And I don't have those VMs anymore, so I'd have to install them. But I did like them. When I made my own window manager, and that's a thing that I do a lot. When I'm gonna create something, I use existing products to see what they're like. Sway is just an i3 okay, so actually I would need Sway because I'm on Wayland. To slowly swing back and forth. And then it has a Microsoft link. Microsoft Sway. Create visually striking newsletter. Yeah, sure. Yeah, because i3 is for X11, right? So this is for Wayland. All right. Well, here I see them using that correctly. Whereas this person was also doing the double syntax highlighting. But that doesn't change the fact that no, hold on, this did work, because when I opened my .rules file, it told me that it was ignoring beyond mode, but I need to understand what beyond mode is. That's what I need to do. I just don't know what a mode even is. You can stack tabs or groups of tabs and just style them however you want. And my idle RAM consumption is less than 700 megabytes. That still seems high, not gonna lie, but okay. Okay, we're going to learn about the Emacs concept of modes. So I want that. I've literally spent so much time on bullshit and not writing what I wanted to write. Oh my god. A major mode is the main mode of a buffer. There can only be one active at a time, for example, org mode. A minor mode provides supporting functionality either in a specific buffer or globally in Emacs, like autofill mode. Okay, writing a basic minor mode. A variable for the mode that ends in mode, like .crafter mode, this variable will be set to nil when the mode is not active. Okay. Alright. So this is what I want. Except I want it to use the syntax highlighter. Okay, listen. My god. Emacs has taken over the stream. Very much so. Well. Alright, let me actually write some code. I'm just gonna occasionally look at Emacs, but otherwise I'm just gonna be here forever doing this. Okay, but like I said, my compiler right now follows this structure. Whereas now, we want it to follow this structure. I want it to go into an interpreted language. The only Mac requiring a big manual. Exactly. Exactly. It wasn't actually an ad, by the way. No, not Emacs. I remember the Mac versus PC advertisements too. Maybe Macintosh. About manuals. No, it's not these. Someone is trying to rewrite Emacs in Rust. Look, I am not against the things that Emacs is doing. being able to have it be multi-purpose the way that I've seen that it is, and that I know that it is really cool. However, the way that it works is, like I said before, software made for developers that use a lot of, that want to learn all the software that they use, by developers that have learned a bunch of software that they use, thus perpetuating this whole difficult to use, non-user friendly philosophy that developers have, that is, again, so far removed from what normal users have. Can we include PHP in the 90s time machine fire? I said we're going back to 1992, before JavaScript, so yes, PHP is being deleted. Getting really close to where I can post my Linux code to Linux MM. What is Linux MM? Also, this chair is like, it's so annoying when I'm wearing shorts. It's like uncomfortable when it touches your skin, and when I'm wearing shorts, it touches my legs. That's really annoying. Okay. Look, the entire thing that I wanted Emacs to do was this. That's it. I wanted it to be able to parse a file with this thing. But anyway, I was able to parse a file that does this. Well, I'm able to parse this file using this grammar. And it's not even a correct grammar, I'm just starting to write it a little bit. But yeah, it's a starting point. What are those pictures framed on your wall? They're albums. Go listen to them. They're really good. They're only two of my favorites. They're also not framed, I can move them out. Occasionally I do, I just forget. Also, I need to put something on this wall. And now that this wall is starting to be visible, also that. And do something about that decoration. That one's not exactly the... people like it. Chester, you good? Okay. All right. There's an ad break. I was just about to do something, and there's an ad break. All right. Well, Jester's awake. Yo, Jester. Jester. He only wags his tail when I'm looking at him. I kind of prefer the GNOME philosophy for most of the things after trying like a million DEs of window managers. Feel more productive because I don't need or want to customize anything on GNOME. I don't feel the need to customize anything on here either, to be fair. I did look at XFCE, and there I did feel the need to like customize a little bit. All right. Okay, so we have this thing has woken up. I'm gonna put a giant picture of the JavaScript guy there. It's like you're watching my stream, and this is behind me the whole time. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Why can I not customize it? Move. Why can I not customize it? I can't move it. I can't move it anymore. It's just stuck here now. No, seriously, why am I not able to move anything on the... Hold on. OBS, we need to fix this. Hello? I'm literally unable to customize anything on OBS right now. So that's cool. Luckily, I am able to hide it, because imagine if I wasn't. See, the thing I was trying to do is make the picture small and fit it uh, here, but I can't move the image for some reason. So now it's just stuck a giant picture of this guy here for... I can't move it. Okay, transform, maybe that will work. Edit transform. Okay, I can move it through this window. Yeah, that's slowly moving. Can I at least slide? No. See what I mean by unintuitive software? I don't understand why I'm not able to customize things. Like, normally you're able to click on elements on OBS and actually resize them. But why am I not able to do that? Is it because I'm on KDE? Is it because I'm on Wayland? Maybe I should be doing this from X. Actually, it is limited. Alright. Gotta make him a little bit smaller. Okay, we're getting there. A little bit less. Boom. Imagine that. How's that for a concept for a room? Decoration for the room. Any thoughts? Should just print a picture and frame it on your wall? I mean, yeah, but I'm trying to preview it. But obviously, this, that would have actually been easier than this. Anyway, what do we think? We good? A picture of him? Maybe Terry Davis, yeah? There is a politician called Terry Davis? Terrence Anthony Gordon Davis. He died 2024. Oh, that's unfortunate. Maybe I'm gonna put up an LED wall and I can customize it with a slideshow of pictures of the worst people in programming. There's a lot of Terry Davises. Terry A. Davis. See, this picture looks good though. Look at that. Look at the difference. Oh, that's much smaller. Oh no, it just resized itself. I'm thinking maybe just a little poster. Yeah? No? Should be able to... Okay, go back to that. Alright. So I have a little poster now. No longer have this empty space. But yeah, to answer the question, those are albums. I wanted to call it Bachelorette. That's not the name of it. It's My god, I'm blanking on the name. Homogenic? Homogenic. By Bjork and Imaginal Disc by Magdalena Bay. That's not good. Alright. Oh, right. Okay, I'm going to try this syntax, right, which we have. I was gonna call them sex expressions. This naming is not the best. S expressions followed by a recursive file, which would just put other S expressions next to it. The S expressions are made up of a parenthesis with arguments. Arguments are themselves made up of an atom and other arguments after that. Although they can also be made up of, instead of an atom, well, right now they're made up of an atom and other arguments after that. And an atom is either an identifier or a const. And now it compiles. Okay. I have a question about Lisp, though. Is this valid? If I do, like, I don't know, a def parameter, hello. Well, let me not use those hello, and I just type it as that. And then I just do this. Is that a syntax error in the Sabbatical? Oh, I forgot that this is not a syntax error, but it is an error. No, that is actually valid. Okay. So that means that you can have just a single atomic expression without any kind of parentheses here, which means a single expression in Lisp is made up of either a sexp or an atom. And that expression is what goes here. And I keep forgetting semicolons because I just added them to the syntax of the language and I forgot about that. As a matter of fact, treesitter extension doesn't even recognize them yet. Alright, so I'm able to compile a program like this. Look how easy it is. The syntax of this language is. This is literally all I have. And I'm able to already recognize, not compile, but recognize function calls, parameters, this. Can I do a function? Defun hello with an empty list. I should be able to do that. And then inside of it, everything's hello, by the way. Hello fun. Oops. No. Expected an identifier found this in atom. Okay. On line 7, character 16, so here, you wanted an atom. No, that's not valid. It's supposed to be an expression. I forgot to change that. Although I do have to be careful with how I set up these rules. So I gotta make sure that that's working, because closing the parentheses is not working. Args is technically completely optional. That is a thing that I forgot to do. Function definitions compile. Look at how easy it is to do the most basic parsing. Granted, I already had the parser built, but yeah. The fact that the language syntax is so simple that this is all I need to parse the most basic version of it. Now, there are more complex things, of course. There are these symbols, which are, have their own special meaning. Again, this is exactly why I was looking up ANSI Common Lisp. So I could find the a full syntax definition. That would be nice to have. Good luck with that. Squeak small talk. What is squeak small talk? Holy shit. Cookie. Accept all cookies. Leave this website at once and never return. And it takes you to another website that they own. Oh my god. Oh, Guy Steele. What a cool name. Guy L. Steele. I saw that in the Wikipedia page for it too. Guy L. Steele. Guy L. Steele. Common Lisp, the language, first edition. Alright, so I can find that, whatever. But see, Lisp tends to have syntax like this, and also allows some interesting syntax, such as, even just this. The thing about this is that my tokenizer, again, was built for C token. I just remember that picture is there. I forgot until I glanced over and I saw him. Um, my tokenizer specifically for C recognizes that kind of thing as a completely separate thing. So I kind of also will need to rewrite the tokenizer to be able to use its own tokenization rules. Or maybe even, no, not include them in here. Probably not. I don't want that. But, yeah. I guess I'll see. And why use Google? I used to use DuckDuckGo, and then it didn't work. Like, it never works. And Google also doesn't work, but it works slightly better. So, yeah, that's mostly it. Anyway, so yeah, I'm going to need to change the tokenizer itself in order to be able to handle symbols. So for now, I'm just going to limit myself to this. And one thing that I do want to do is print the syntax that gets created by this. So again, like I showed earlier, there is a debug mode to the parser that prints us this entire thing that is technically showing the syntax of the language. But it includes backtracking. That's not great. And I do remember writing a little visualizer for the AST of the language, similar to this, but without backtracking and without like telling you everything the parser is doing, because this is supposed to be for like debugging the parser. So I do remember writing something like that, but I cannot find it. Well, maybe I need to look for it. I'm paying for Kaji this day. Oh, that's the paid one, right? I do remember that. Somebody brought it up a while ago, but... I don't know. Paying for search engines does sound dystopian. That's my main issue against it. Okay, I do know one thing. If I did write that thing, it probably has a stack navigator. There's a stack navigator to, navigate through the stack, which is the AST. It's actually an ASS. It's used for semantic analysis because it needs to traverse the tree, and IR generation also needs to traverse the tree. So both of them use it, but I haven't actually made one. Although, yeah, here it is. Print stack. Why is it here? Interesting. Okay, just gonna move it real quick. Move it over here. Rule names are defined, I believe, here. No. Rule names are defined in rules.h. Here they are. Okay, so you're going to include rules.h. That's your rule names. And you're also going to define this function in the header file. DuckDuckGo working well for dev stuff. I don't necessarily agree with that. That's the main reason I switched back to Google. Also, right now I'm on a technically new browser. I haven't even configured it in the slightest. I used to have vertical tabs. Now I don't even have that right now. Anyway, parse, and then print stack, which you're gonna do off of the... Wait, hold on. Maybe a little bit further. Here. Of the parse res AST stack with the parse res count. Oh, this function is old, isn't it? This function's kind of old. It just takes that. Alright, so print, it's not called print stack. Print stack, yeah, it's called print stack. Oh, but I don't have it imported. Okay. Just going to quickly update this function to do that. And then you're going to get an element from the AST node as a chunk array get from the stack index I. And every time that I use this shit, I have to replace it with node and that. Okay. So I believe now I should be able to print the actual stack, see what it looks like. And that might show me what the next step should be after being able to parse, because we can't really do much after that. Yeah, that's beautiful. Oh, yeah. Forgot a tiny little thing about my compiler. It skips symbols that aren't important. And so any symbol that isn't tagged with something like... Where's the cred.rules? Any symbol that doesn't include this is not going to be parsed. Right, so for example, name could be something that I use in the lisp.rules. Val. This is an expression, this is an expression, this is an expression, this is an expression, this is an expression. And I did it wrong. Semantic rule name is not, oh, okay, name is a different thing. I need to remember how to work with this thing. Where everything is located. Semantic. Semantic rules. Okay, I need to use one of these values. There's a lot of them. So we can use, for example, label instead of name. Label. All right, and that produces, it looks a little crazy, but at the very least I can see what's happening. That produces this. This is the AST that was produced from this code. All right, so can I look at just a simplified version? Just that. All right. The problem that I have is that it doesn't really show me what these rules are. Well, I think this does. Oh yeah. Starts with a file, followed by an expression, followed by an S expression. So we have an S expression here. It has an argument. See how it skipped the parentheses? It doesn't save those because they're not important. It has an argument, which is made up of an expression, which is made up of, it's a little bit too recursive almost. If I choose like which of these symbols gets used, I can kind of fix it a little bit, but I don't remember how to do that. Is it like this? Yeah, that reduces the number of like indentations that we get. Anyway, there's an expression with an argument that contains an argument on an atom, actually, this stands for atom, called print. Then an argument with an expression with an argument with an atom called hello. I need to remember how to do this thing properly. That seems to be okay. Reduced the number of rules that it has. I'll need to fine tune it a little bit. And Google is kind of inescapable, honestly. I mean, yeah, you're on Twitch, but I'm also streaming to YouTube. So that alone is like not super helpful. Also, just the fact that they have YouTube in the first place makes it pretty much hard to escape. And once they have that, they have something. But also the problem shouldn't be that each individual person should be moving away from these companies. It's that, you know, we shouldn't allow them to have this much control. I have a bit of an issue if everyone has to individually choose to move away from a company like this, which again requires you to not use YouTube, requires you to not use Google, requires you to not have an Android phone. If you want to move away from Android and you want to move away from Apple, what the fuck are you gonna do? There are ways, but like It requires more and more and more and more effort from you to move away from the companies that are doing this shit because nobody's putting any effort into not letting them do this shit. Apparently, we're not okay with that. That's not okay. These companies are allowed to do whatever they want, and if we have a problem, we have to really go out of our way to move away from them in a way that is gonna be harder for us. Because again, I wouldn't be able to post stuff on YouTube if I wanted to completely move away from Google. I wouldn't be able to stream to it. I wouldn't be able to watch it. I was gonna say I wouldn't be able to have an Android phone, but like, why would I want that? But like, if I also wanted to move away from Apple, um, yeah, instead of not letting regulating the things that these corporations are doing, the fact that the solution is that I have to manually move away from what they're doing if I don't like it is the problem. And in the meantime, they can continue doing this shit. Oh, they're all pushing AI onto us. What can I do about that? Nothing. Oh, they are building data centers that are destroying any community that they're built in. Well, nothing you can do about that. That's just one of the million of examples of everything that is wrong with AI that there's nothing you can do about except move away from what they're doing, ignore the way that it continues to affect you nonetheless. You kind of just have to be like, oh, whatever. And then just nobody does anything about anything at all. All right. I'm not gonna lie, I deleted this shit like just like randomly and it worked. So I'm just gonna continue doing that. Can I just remove literally everything except for this? We have a file that contains an expression. That expression is an S expression. That S expression has an argument. The argument has an expression, which has an argument, which has an atom, print. It also has another argument, which is an expression itself, with an argument, with an atom, hello. That is the smallest I can make it. And it still works, because literally all that matters is this. That's all I really need. This, and of course the, how to traverse this tree properly in order to be able to, like, understand that this is a Lisp program. That's all it takes. So I think with this and this, I have more than enough to start building a Lisp interpreter. It does get a little bit recursive, to be honest, but not much I can do about that. It's the type of compiler that I have. All right, a while ago, I looked at a Lisp interpreter. This is not it. Wait, this is a Python version of it. That might be helpful, because at the end of the day, I'm not building a Lisp interpreter in Lisp, I'm building it in C. So I'm going to need to use this. This is going to be helpful. First and only time I'm ever going to say that about a Python script. But yeah, this here is the basic version of a Lisp interpreter that I tried and failed to understand the logic of. Yeah. I'll have to build it though, which is a different thing. Living in China or some other disconnected country, or living without electronics is your best bet to escape Google. Yes, but even then, again, not just about Google specifically, but about any large tech company. Do I get to escape? For real. Well, starting with, for example, just going outside and there's cameras, they're gonna know something about you. There's nothing you can do about that. It depends on where you live, where you are, but yeah. Um, Even without that, all the damage that they're doing, there's nothing you can do to move away from it. Even if you don't let them collect data on you, they're still gonna continue, you know, destroying everything, and there's not much you can do about it. Like, I don't drive a car, I don't use AI, I don't do any of this shit, and I'm still living through constant heat waves every summer. And every year they start earlier and they get stronger and they last longer and there's more of them, and there's really, literally nothing I can do about that. So isn't that just fucking amazing? That's my biggest issue with, like, okay, moving away from Google or moving away from this or that company. Sure, but it requires too much effort from me. It requires me to go out of my way to not do certain things. And I can do it, and I do try to do it, but I'm not going to be super strict about it because at the end of the day, it's going to affect me either way. The global warming graph, yeah. No, I remember there's people nowadays that are like, heat waves have existed for a really long time. There was a heat wave in the 1970s. It looks like this. I'm so bad at drawing. This is that heat wave in the 1970s, and this is now. This is the start of now. This is now. By the way, it's actually going higher. But there was a heat wave in the 1970s, so. But hey, at least I don't use AI, and I don't drive a car, and I don't eat that much meat. Not a vegetarian. I tried that once. I tried going vegan in like 2020. It was good until they reopened restaurants, and then it was like, okay, I can go out with my friends and I get to eat the salad. Unless it has meat in it. Unless it's a Caesar salad, in which case I don't get to eat that either. I could just have the soup, the ice soup, please. Thank you. Okay. Um, Literally just yapping about whatever. Vegan since 2014. I find it, again, that was my biggest issue. It was so easy to do before restaurants reopened in 2020. Then I started going out and I was like, the vegan option, the one. All vegans eat the same thing. Oh, you don't have a vegan option, so vegans don't eat at all in this restaurant. Okay. So yeah, no. I can also just like eat less meat without having to go full. Same thing, same thing. I do eat less meat. I don't use as many of these tech products. You won't see me using AI. Um, but don't have to go 100% away from everything. Because then you spend more time thinking about how to avoid accidentally not being vegan than just not eating meat. Yeah, like leather feathers. Literally, if you buy something that has a feather in it, it's not vegan. I understand. I get it. But like, you have to go through so many lengths to do that. All right. Have access to cutting edge stuff at the cost of privacy. I didn't mind using Windows because Linux is genuinely that annoying to use. Like, privacy has never been much of a concern when it comes to that. It's just janky as fuck too now, so if I'm gonna use a janky operating system, I might as well use one that's more customizable and less stupid. Alright. Um, Hammer out your own kernel? That's too much. Oh wait, never mind. I'm doing that. Yep. Okay, will do. Um. All right. So tokenizer needs rewrite. Parser is good. Now I need to do this thing. All right. For interpreted languages, and again, maybe let me read that Python code. It should be easier for me to read than the Lisp code. Actually, one big issue that I had when I read that Lisp code was the fact that it was implementing the same functions that it was using, and it's so hard to tell which is which and what does what and blah, 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 blah. It's like a whole lot. It was very this Lisp interpreter is very incestuous. It uses the same code that it parses, so that makes it very difficult to read. Maybe the Python one is gonna be easier to read. Please. See how easy it is for me to open a new file and paste stuff into it? I don't mind Emacs. I like the incredible amount of features that it has. Make it work like this. Actually don't, so I can make my code editor work like this. Just gonna go back to the forest. Yeah. That seems like the easiest thing to do. Okay, do we have a Python? It does, thank God. Alright, look at that, it even does cursive. Well, that's not cursive, that's italics. Italics? Italics?
Italics.
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 I see.
Italics. Italics.
Okay, both. Both. I usually use the American pronunciation. Simplified English, if you will. I just got so confused by the use of parentheses here. I was like, yo, are you putting some Lisp into my Python code? What is going on here? Anyway, the entry point to this. Right, okay. This actually helps me with what I was gonna do. So I have my parser is producing this thing, which can be a little bit hard to understand, but I understand it. And that is just a bunch of rules, some of which we can skip, some of which we need to process. But internally, it ends up looking like this, kind of. What we got here is an array that contains the word fun, then an array with the word x in it, then an array with if, an array with this symbol and this symbol, the value x, the value 0, the value -1. Okay, so all of those arrays correspond to some of these indentations. Not all of them, but some of them. Like I said, there's some in here that I need in order to be able to chain things properly that maybe a better parser wouldn't necessarily need. Or maybe I would be able to tell my parser that it can skip or something. But either way, this is the equivalent of this. And that is doing define, which essentially calls evaluate on that. Evaluate evaluates each of these expressions, which is, I find this code already so much easier to read. All right, so first off, define takes 3 arguments, var, exp, and env, which actually just saves it's saving something called SGN inside of something called top, and and it's giving it this value. Okay, so this is just a definition, just done in a very unintuitive manner in the way that they arrange their arguments over here. We got where it gets saved here, the index where it gets saved here, and the value here in the middle. I don't get what you're going for here, but whatever. That calls evaluate on the expression, and again, using the environment, which is where everything is being stored. Where is that defined? Here. We have a very basic environment definition with this pre-built function, primo p, and a lambda. What syntax is this? What is this, like an actual Python lambda syntax? Is that a thing? Looks like it. So yeah, it's auto-defining this function with this. This is essentially your packages or whatever, predefined by this thing. The OS will be end. No. These kinds of projects are never really done. You can always just keep adding new things to them. So no, really. This is a thing that, by the way, both my parents ask me regularly. Like, when are you gonna be done with it? And I keep trying to explain that's not how that works, but it's a struggle. Okay, this guy's also writing his own tests. That has nothing to do with the ones that this thing provided. But whatever, it works. Alright, I can look at the evaluate function that they provide. The evaluate function will take the entire expression, which right now is this entire thing. Or this entire thing. And what it does is it checks if it's an instance, which I'm assuming is just if it's atomic. Oh, no, okay. It's a pre-built function of... Well, I don't know if it's pre-built or from a package, but whatever. It's a function of Python that checks, is expression an integer? Got it. If expression is an integer, then it does nothing. It doesn't need to do any evaluation. Otherwise, looking up in the environment. I don't understand this code. I don't understand this code. Am I just that far from how Python works? Is there any other language this was implemented with in the comments? No. Genuinely, what is going on here? What syntax is this? How am I supposed to read it? Can you maybe put some parentheses around it, Python? Because, like, if this, it doesn't seem like you're doing anything. You're just going to else, which is doing a lookup. Then there's another if. Does this go inside of the else? I think it goes inside of the else. But then what goes inside of the if? Okay, no, genuinely, what the fuck is this syntax? I've been defeated by Python syntax. Does Python have so much syntactic sugar that this makes sense? This feels so ambiguous. I don't know how I'm supposed to read this code. Which if is chained with which elf? I've lost my words. I'm at a loss for words, genuinely. Which if is supposed to be chained with which else? Which one is the execution in case a condition is matched? I am lost for what part of this does any of that. Is this not Python? This is Python 3 to implement a scheme-like language. It is Python. Okay, they keep using this syntax. I am genuinely so confused by this syntax. I haven't written Python in a long time, but this is ridiculous. That is so ambiguous. This is what I'm used to in Python. This makes perfect sense. If this, then that. And I forgot that this is a syntax aware, an indentation aware language, which makes this even more nonsensical in my opinion. Does anyone understand what the fuck is going on in this evaluate function? Because I don't. I am genuinely at a loss for the meaning of this thing. I'm seeing lookup, I'm seeing special, and I'm seeing call. But what I'm not seeing is logic to this damn thing. Oh my god. I'm genuinely so confused. Alright, if returns a value there, which value? This? No, this is not a value. Okay. Oh my god, what a horrible syntax this language has. I think I understand it. Return this if this condition is met. Otherwise, return this if this condition is met. Return this if this condition is met. And then, otherwise, return this. Well, my dude, congratulations, you no longer have the worst syntax I've ever seen. Actually, that's not what I meant to say at all. The worst syntax I've ever seen goes to Rust. Um, but JavaScript is less ridiculous than this. This is the most ridiculous syntax. This is unreadable garbage. This is kind of like a switch statement almost, but not really because there's different conditions um, being evaluated here. So it is just an if else, but literally the syntax is if is instance exp int return exp if lookup exp env. No, see how it's hard to str, then return lookup of exp env. Otherwise, if it's an str and lookup exp0 env equal to specup, not sure what that is, then return a special else. Well, we can do, we want to make it super clear, call exp env. This is the equivalent of this. This here is unreadable garbage. This I feel like it's particularly easy to read. Although, no, never mind. I was gonna say in their defense, they might be trying to do it in a lispy manner. But no, because in a lispy manner, you would still have the condition on the left side and the expression on the right side. What? That genuinely defeated me. That genuinely killed me. It did not. Wow. Perl has something similar? Really? You're better going with switch. I don't think switch would work because there is a specific condition being checked here. Although you could do it like I don't know if you can do get instance, for example, or like switch get instance of exp case int return exp case str if lookup exp0 env equal to specop return special exp env else return lookup exp env. That's it. Call exp env. If you wanted to do it in a switchy statement, it would look like that. Does Python even have switch statements? I'm actually not. It's not a language I enjoy, as you can tell. So I'm not super familiar with the syntax, but it does have switches. Match. Again, I don't know if get instance is a thing. Does that seem like a lot easier to understand what's going on than this shit? Wow, that is some horrifying syntax. I've never seen something more unclear. Why do I have multiple cursors? That is unclear as hell. All right. So, evaluate. Based on the type of thing that this is, it will try to run one of these functions. To return the evaluated expression recursively, because it's doing a call here, which internally uses an evaluate. A call is what in the original snippet that I looked at on Thursday, Wednesday, it's the apply function. If I'm not mistaken, call is the apply function. Not sure why they called it call when apply is like one of the most famous names for this function. But anyway, evaluate is going to return the evaluation of the expression. That will be, if it's an integer, then just that. If it's a string, then the result of that string, the value of that string. Looking it up in the environment. If it's a special operation, then it's going to use a special function, which I guess evaluates that. Otherwise, it's just going to call apply on it. Yeah, I thought I thought the Python code was gonna be easier for me to understand because the Lisp code that parses Lisp can be a little bit too repetitive to understand. But I did not consider the syntax I was gonna be met with. I was not expecting that. It caught me by surprise. I did not have the antibodies for this shit. Uh, it really knocked me out. God damn. Holy. What was that? Anyway, they seem to be using their own little syntax for pretty much everything. Not entirely sure why. Especially when the guy that did it in Lisp did not bother using his own names for stuff. Which is what makes it so hard to understand. This guy seems to. So I think closer is a lambda. Um, I guess this person wanted to make their own dialect of Lisp at the end of the day. Fair. Good for you. So when it's a function, it evaluates to a lambda. And it uses specup to evaluate that. Otherwise, to evaluate, and now we're getting into functional programming here with zip. Yeesh. I have to say, functional programming is nice to read and nice to write, but or at least I am capable of writing it okay-ish, but I am bad at reading it. So okay, they are defining a function which just evaluates the function and then puts the result of that function into the environment called SGN. So later on, when they call evaluate SGN3, that will find the function and apply it onto this. Okay, so let's say that this part is already done and see what happens if I try to evaluate this. Right, this is this, yes. Okay, so this is what I'm doing. I'm evaluating this thing. The expression is this thing here. It's not an integer. It's not a string of any kind. So it's going to go to the special case that will call well, actually with the same exact arguments. It's going to call with this thing. Can I maybe comment it out? Okay, so it's going to call this function with these arguments. So what that's going to do is go through each sub-expression for sub-in expression. So yeah, it's an array. It goes through each of these and it evaluates the sub-expression within the environment. So now we're going to find ourselves doing evaluate on SGN using top. And that is going to result to it being a string, so it's going to do a lookup of SGN, and that's going to return the value of what the define function applied on it. So essentially the calculated value of the lambda, the calculated value of the function. Here I'm not doing I'm not running the definition of the function, I'm running the evaluation of the function, so the function call. So SGN is going to be resolved to the code for the lambda. And then the other one is going to be resolved to, same call, evaluate 3. That's just going to return 3. So then that is going to result in the result of a lookup of SGN, which is going to result in a lambda with the 3 as an argument, because it's already been resolved. But if instead of 3 they were using like a list or another sub-expression, then it would resolve that sub-expression. This would resolve it. And then we would get back the single result. So it's all very recursive. There's a lot of recursion going on. That's the cool thing about the language. Lisp from Peter Norvig. You know, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm not doing anything, I'm just reading. This is... Who's the author of this, by the way? Well, right now I'm looking at the solution to this thing by Jussi Pitulainen. But the original article was written by who? Who wrote this? I actually don't know the name of this person. But anyway, programmingpraxis.com. Maybe in their about section? These people? I think. So either Andy Turner or Wisnuwidyarta. I'm not entirely sure who wrote this, but yeah, this is what I'm looking at. It just so happens that someone implemented a Lisp interpreter in Lisp, and I saw it the other day and it works. And now I'm looking at a Python implementation, but I'm trying to do my own thing. But yeah, I struggled a little bit with understanding the Lisp one, so now I'm starting to understand the Python one. Yeah, there is a lot of stuff that you need to implement. Oh, but okay. Well, then you got the link. Wait, I actually looked at this. Is it me or did they not define those functions? No, not in this part. Yeah, I might take a look at this later, but... And I'm not even trying to implement this in Python. This is not even my own solution. I'm just trying to understand what this code is doing. Just trying to walk through the logic. At least I'm getting further this time than I was with the Lisp version. Okay, so this is going to be evaluated. This is going to evaluate to a lambda. And I'm not sure what primo p stands for. I think just this. But yeah, when you define something, you evaluate it and then you store it here and then look up there they go again with the syntax. It's going to return the value of the lookup of this, which is going to be the return value of this, which is eventually going to be a lambda. Okay. What I don't get, I guess, is... No, okay, never mind. Let me just keep reading the code. Okay, so we're going to evaluate the body of the function. All right, so this is breaking down the proc into these things. Okay, so that's what I was looking for. Value 0, which I'm not sure what it stands for, but here it checks if it's primo p, and if not, it runs this thing, completely ignoring that value. But anyway, the evaluated lambda is going to be returned into proc. We're going to ignore this if, go just into here. The parameters, the body, and the environment are all going to be in proc. Not sure why the environment is in proc, but okay. And that is going to be the result, well, not the result. The function is going to get evaluated checking the body as the first thing, and the environment is the parameters for param arg in zip param args. Essentially, this expression is just the environment that you have plus the parameters of this function. Wait, what language is this going to be in? Polyglot compiler stitching together GHC, Mercury, Rust, C, Coca, and MLIR. Interesting. My compulsive names too, nice. All right. So that entire thing is going to result in the body of the function being evaluated, the body of the function being this whole thing. That is going to be evaluated as well. Well, leave that where it is. Each element of that getting evaluated what is it called? Recursively. And skipping a little bit of the recursion here, we get to fun, which we're going to get through if it's a special operation. You don't have to explicitly use a special operation. I'm not sure what's going on there, but yeah, anyway. For a function, it is going to break down the value of the expression as the value fun, which it's going to be ignoring, then parameters, this one, then the body, this one. And that is going to be put into something called closure, which is our lambda. All right, so essentially, yeah, something that looks like fun x if so on. This part gets taken, and this part gets taken. Thanks to the define, the name of the function, which I did not put there, was already used here, and what we have is the actual lambda value of it being put as the value here, and then being taken out to be evaluated. So that is my function, takes parameter x, and the question is, where are you applying? Oh, zip, that's what it's doing. Yeah, zip, that's what it's doing. Okay. So, essentially, this lambda happens to have parameters. The second section, the first one is ignored. That was the word fun, literally. That one is ignored. The first part of that is going to be the parameters. And the parameters is really just an array containing x as a string, actually. And then we also have the arguments of this function, which just happen to be 3. And if I'm not mistaken, zip is kind of just like mixing these two. It's like taking two arrays and zipping them into one. I'm assuming that's why it's called zip. Again, functional programming, I know a little bit. It essentially resolves it to a dictionary that looks like this. That way, this also gets added to the environment. That way, whenever this expression, the actual function, tries to evaluate x, it will look in the environment and it will find the value 3. That lookup will return that value, which, thanks to a lot of recursion, will eventually be evaluated as the value 3 thanks to this expression. So I think I'm understanding what I'm looking at. Thanks to a lot of recursion, and to be fair, thanks to language features that Python has that C does not, such as being able to take a single expression that is actually made up of other expressions and just break it down like this. Is this considered to be tuples? Or the triple version of that, which is probably not called thruple? I think, I mean, yes, 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 yes. Okay. So that syntax is for unpacking sequences. It's not necessarily for tuples, it's for unpacking sequences. That makes it very, very convenient to do what they're doing here. They have an entire expression, which they've already known, they've already resolved to be in a function, which was declared with define, and they're breaking it down into the word fun, which I'm not sure why is being stored at all, but whatever. Well, yeah, it's being stored specifically to check if it's a function. Which fun is actually the lambda part of this. So I guess fun is a non-evaluated version of it, and closure is the evaluated version of it. Is the one that has the environment embedded into it, kind of. Okay. That is a lot. Um, like a lot, a lot, a lot. But I think I understand what is happening here. So, with my very, very, very minimalistic Lisp syntax, should be able to handle something like this. And how do I do this? All right. So I already have this kind of stack-based syntax tree, or abstract syntax stack, which I do sometimes abbreviate, but probably should not. And I'm going to change the name of this to chain rather than file, because why should it know it's file? Chain is much better. I'm just not sure what my next step should be here. I guess is to build eval and apply out of the stack-based machine. pretty much. Right, because I'm going to evaluate this expression. This expression is made up of, well, no, I'm going to be evaluating the f expression, which is this one. To evaluate the s expression, I'm going to, for the entry point to that, is to eval it. And it is a sequence of items, so it's going to evaluate to a call, which again, call is apply, which is a little weird, but call is apply. The first value of that is going to consider the first element of my expression as, well, it's going to evaluate all of them, right? But the first element of my expression, once it goes through eval, is going to be print, which should resolve to a function, but really doesn't because it isn't a function. That's where this comes in, the whole built-in behavior they got going on here. Which actually, where is their environment again defined? It's called top. Where's top? Did I delete it? I'm not seeing it. They had a, no, just hold on. Closing stuff that I need. I miss vertical tabs. Let me turn them on real quick. All right. Yeah, I deleted this. That explains a lot. Their default environment already defines prime OP and defines fun as a special operation. Wait, so did I miss that part? Oh, yeah, okay. If it's defined as a special operation, you call the special function. I wasn't sure why fun was considered a special operation. That's why. Because in the environment, fun, when you look it up, it gives you the result special operation. If also gives you the result special operation. Though I'm not seeing them implementing if anywhere. Kind of a built-in, essentially. Okay. Cond is the... I think both of them. I guess it depends on the specific Lisp dialect. But this one, for example, yeah, does not define if as... This defines cond as a special operation. But okay, I understand. Essentially, instead of doing this, they're specifically doing a little bit of extra lookup so they can put it in the environment. A little weird, I guess, but I get it. But still, what I'm not seeing is the implementation of if in here. But I guess it's just because, if it's a function, do this. If it's a if, do this. So, yeah. Yeah, at the end of the day, that's what this is. Evaluate conditions, and if so, evaluate the result, the resulting expression. Cool. Cond is the name in Lisp. Yeah, they're not using Lisp nomenclature here. They're using their own. So, yeah. But the reason I couldn't find the if, like quoted if, is because it's just an else. They only have two special operations. Which again, defeats the purpose of putting them here in your environment, if then you have to have a special behavior for them. Maybe if you were doing this in a Lisp based Lisp interpreter, I would understand because it would be more dynamic. Here, though, it makes no sense. Okay. So I guess this is a Lisp interpreter, specifically. Has to be. Ovid. Ovid. Now, hold on. Before I get into the exciting eval and apply stuff, I need to give an entry point. Like this. Hello, Kaya. Why, Kaya? Think. Hello. All right. I need to include my chunk array structure. Data struct chunk array. In order to have that, I'm gonna get rid of the sprint stack stuff, and it's gonna be it's not eval. It's just going to take in the parsed syntax tree and start evaluating it. But it doesn't necessarily need to do it as part of eval, although fuck it. It's a stack-based eval function. Let's see if that's let's see how that works out for him. Although it also needs a chunk, an array navigator. A stack navigator, that's what it's called. A stack navigator which actually includes its own stack and a cursor, that's it. That's all it is. That's all a stack navigator is. And a stack navigator comes from importing the parser AST. All right. Stack for the IR in the native compiler that I took the front end of. Nice. That's kind of what I'm planning on doing with this thing. I want it to be like a whole compiler environment. What did you call it in yours? Hold on, I closed it when I wait, organ bank. What I clicked is a different thing. Stable compiler IR extraction for polyglot compilation. So that's not what I was looking for. What was the name of the other project? Frankenstein. Thank you. Nice name for it too. A polyglot compiler stitching together GHE. Yeah, that is kind of what I'm trying to do here. And okay, this is architecture for your own thing. Where's my Excalibur? This is supposed to be the architecture for mine. Eval and apply is happening. You know, I genuinely want to buy that book just for the cover. I've never bought a programming book before. But the cover of that book, what is it called? I keep forgetting. I talk about it all the time, and I keep forgetting. Not this. This is ugly. Although you do have to say these pictures go insanely hard. But the one that I'm looking for. Look at that. Eval and apply with a little lambda here. And the table has a paw for some reason. Brendan, not that I don't like you. I mean, I don't like you. But yeah, I'm replacing you. OBS, did you maybe start? No. I think I would need to restart OBS if I want to be able to like use it properly, so. Oh, I did 3,000. No. All right, there it is. There. Structure and interpretation of computer programs. Look at a beautiful cover. And yeah, that is my it's a scheme, not Common Lisp. I thought it was Common Lisp. Interesting. There's a JavaScript version too? Oh no. Structure and interpretation of computer programs, JavaScript edition. Well, I just got rid of Brendan, so sucks. Anyway. Do I want to try writing some C in Emacs maybe? Sorry Emacs, but you're difficult to configure, so I haven't really bothered. No, sorry about that, actually. That's your own fault. Alright. Let's give it a try. Let's give it a try. Let's see what's up. Let's see what's up. Alright, eval on the stack navigator is going to be our entry point into what I want to do. Right. So, we have to look at, first off, I'm actually not instinctively switched to Z. I am genuinely trying not to use Emacs. Can I make it bigger? How do I do that? Because I feel like the text is super, super small. I did not notice that. It has been the entire time. I like the idea of a code editor being buffer-based. All of them are buffer-based. Emacs just gives you explicit knowledge of the buffers. And from an extension programmer point of view, that is super smart, which is why Emacs is so extensible. I understand that. I just don't like how ugly it is to extend. Make text bigger. What should be like... Yeah. Of course. It's not any program that I'm in. Make the text bigger. Control plus. Make it smaller. Control minus. I did that for a while, so now I have to do it. There we go. Here, X plus actually makes it small. Oh no, I pressed the wrong button. Alright. Should be big enough. Can anyone read that? Anyone who still cannot read that? Let me know. Alright, now's the time. I can adjust it, but you have to let me know now. No? We're good with this? Okay. Alright, you can see it? Alright. How deep can this go? Cannot increase the font size any further. I love that there is an actual limit, and this is it. Can you tell I'm typing? I typed hello world. You cannot tell I'm typing. That is ridiculous. Wait, now I need to check the same thing here. This is growing a lot smaller than the other one. Okay, this is the biggest. It's still readable. I'm not sure why Emacs thought that would be a normal size to be the biggest one. Alright. Yeah, EU Emacs. EU is actually a program in Emacs. It's a browser, apparently. I find it interesting that Emacs has a browser in it. That essentially makes Emacs a text-based interface for your for everything. That's why people say that Emacs is an operating system. It genuinely is. It is an actual text-based interface around everything. It has a web browser, it has a file browser, it has a text editor, it has a... You can do whatever. Except for knowing what you have to type in here. Alright, I guess I have to switch on the... well, no, first off, I have to get the current node. The current node is going to be coming from a chunk array get on the stack navigators. I don't have a code complete here, so on the stack navigators stack emoji selector. How would I open that? Stack navigators stack at index stack navigator cursor. And actually, that is wrong. I still made it too big. I don't know why I kept it that big. Alright. It's not an operating system. People call it an operating system. I would call it more of a shell. Funnily enough, it doesn't fit most people's definition of a shell. It just fits the Wikipedia version of a shell. According to Wikipedia, hold on, I'm reading a message right now in YouTube that I will need to address. Anyway, according to Wikipedia, a shell is just anything that allows you to interact with the operating system. It's a thin shell around an around the operating system. So in that sense, it kind of fits. It allows you to interact with most elements of the operating system, as well as do plenty of things from Emacs alone in a text-based manner, and better than the terminal does it. Alright? Let's be for real. Better than the terminal does it. Okay, now the message that I was going to address. Emacs has a lot of baggage in the core related to its rendering, so there will be weird stuff like that. And I am watching you in Emacs right now. It's my desktop window manager too. Those last two parts of the sentence, or those last two sentences technically, are what I meant by a message that I will need to address. What the fuck? Yeah, Emacs is using ls behind the scenes, sure. But does it use does it use ls internally? Can it not just do the behavior itself? That would seem smarter. Has a cool shell called eShell. I was actually looking for that earlier. I couldn't really find it. I was trying to run commands. I just opened the terminal. I found it funnier. Found it easier. Alright, I want to switch on the nodes, and this is where having autocomplete would be really helpful. I don't even want to know how to begin using a proper LSP like Clang on this thing. I do have the compile commands, but I don't even want to know how to begin doing that. I want to switch on the rule. And one cool thing about my compiler needing to recompile itself when it loads a different language is that these rules are created as enums. So I can do eglot or LSP mode for LSP completions. There's a lot. Look, I'm not necessarily minding Emacs. I don't necessarily mind it. And again, I feel like it does a lot of things that I would want a program to do. Not necessarily just a code editor, but a program to do. And one thing that I wanted to base my code editor around. Like the philosophy of Emacs I like. The implementation, I think, is what I don't like. Anyway, should be able to do rule chain, right? So we can evaluate the chain. But for now, we're just gonna print evaluating chain, and that's it. We're also going to need to include syscalls.h break. Then I want to write, hold on, but I do want an LSP to be helpful, so I do hate that it creates this. Why are you doing that? Oh, and what is this? Yo, you're polluting my shit. What are you doing, my dude? I just realized I just closed the right, I didn't save any of that. There it is. All right. Use of undeclared identifier. Hold on. First off, this is not called a cursor. It is called a stack cursor for some reason. That's dumb. I think it makes perfect sense for an operating system that is based around the file system to have something like Emacs, something that is very text-based for working with it. And again, it feels genuinely like it does the same thing that a terminal does, but better. It's just that the way that it does it, like the way that you can use it to do stuff, is just so much worse. Are there no rules? Are those rules not defined anywhere? These grammar rules, are those not accessible to me? They are not. Oh, that sucks. This gets saved to a .h file, to a .c file, not to a .h file, so I don't actually have them accessible here. I'll have to fix that. Lots of improvements to be made to this thing. Anyway, case 0, case 1, case 2. Oh, hold on. I just copy that, right? Also, the name file is no longer accurate. It's now chain. Chain expression expression and rule args and case rule atom. All right. Tilde file is a backup. Yeah, I figured. I just hate that it does that. Same, for that matter, Blender does the same thing with like .blend1 files. Like, fuck right off. I don't want that. I do need multi-cursor for this, okay? So there we go. There we have it. Look how much better indented that is. Like, I get the point of Emacs, but this is not it. This is not it. Now, there is a thing that I have a problem with here. Relating to the overall structure of this compiler, which might change very, very drastically soon, especially now that I learned what Lisp is. My brain has grown 3 sizes. So I might end up changing the entire thing. It's the fact that these values, the actual grammar rules, are ignored by the compiler entirely. Well, not by the compiler, but like by every module except for the parser. For that matter, they're not used for anything except for making this file more readable. Okay, so that way I can do rule file, rule this, rule that. But here, I'm instead doing I'm using them directly because I'm parsing the syntax of the language, not the semantics of the language. So maybe that's a skill issue on my end. I should be doing this properly. Like, chain does not need any evaluation. EXP is the one that does. Like, I should add these tags here. Again, I did forget how to use this. Well, these tags more so are based off of a C compiler, off of a imperative language. What would we call the Lisp languages and the C languages? Just in the sense that, to differentiate them, in the sense that the syntax of C is different. I'm not sure how to explain it, but anyway, in C, for example, a for loop is tagged as being a for loop specifically. Whereas in Lisp, that is not a syntactical distinction. It is a semantic one. In Lisp, I do... Well, let's not do a for loop. Let's do an if. In Lisp, I do this. Right, which way, if we want to generalize it, it's something, an identifier, followed by an expression, followed by an expression. What if I want to do a print? So in C instead, that is, the word if, followed by a parenthesis, followed by a condition, followed by a closing parenthesis. You can skip that in some languages, including mine, followed by a bracket, followed by a body, followed by this. Whereas in Lisp, it looks like this. To do a print, I do this, and then what I want to print, which amounts to identifier expression. Whereas in C, I do an identifier for the function call, followed by a parenthesis, followed by arguments, followed by a closing parenthesis, followed by this. Because the syntax of the language is so different, the code is data thing. Exactly. That's the thing about Lisp. There is a very blurry line between what is code and what is data in Lisp, which is why also this language should be interpreted, because it allows you to do a lot of, also because, no, not because of why, because of why it is so meta-programmable, because the code and the data are the same thing, very much the same thing. So yeah, I don't need to iterate here over the nodes rule. Instead, I need to iterate over the whether it's a sex an S expression, not a sex expression. Oh my god. This is so, I wish this was a valid identifier in my tokenizer, because yeah. Otherwise I'm gonna keep calling it a sex expression. God. Um, I need to make a distinction here, right? Between an S expression and an atom. I don't need to make that distinction here. I think that should be enough for me to be able to parse my language. But I'm not sure. All right, so first off, this continues to compile properly. Yes. I no longer have to base it off of this. A Sex Pistols expression. No, not that. I'm just going to make a navigator just to debug that goes through this thing. Then the total number of nodes, which I've given up on Emacs, by the way. I need an LSP. At least for writing code, I need an LSP. Maybe for editing code, I can switch to Emacs, but right now, look how much quicker I work when I don't have to remember the exact function name because it autocompletes for me. It's very convenient. How long have I been programming? Probably close to 15 years at this point. Started pretty young, to be fair, but still. All right, what I need to check is access the node like this, not using the cursor, but using I temporarily. And then for, no, what the hell, I already wrote that. I need to check the semantic value. That's what I want. I want to print the semantic value. If it has one. If it has a semantic value, I'm going to print it. All right, that's the eval function I want to call. And now, starting eglot in Emacs should be enough. If I have clanged installed in my path. That would be very nice, instead of having to install it per editor, if they all did that. I do not. Is it enough to sudo apt-get it? Clanger. Have you tried using nvchad? It's like a flavor of NeoVim. It's called nvchad. Nah, I've only used NeoVim a little bit. Between NeoVim and Emacs, by the way, I'm sticking to Emacs. It has the same hassle, but a lot. Oh, this is cute. This is cute. You know what? Zed is pipe coding a lot, so I'm low-key back in the finding an editor business. I'm starting to notice it breaking more and more, and like I said, this is kind of predictable that it's gonna happen. And it's gonna continue to happen because vibe-coded code is unsustainable. You cannot go back to a human reading it because it's unreadable, garbage, and LLMs only have so much context. So while maybe newer LLMs have better more context and make fewer mistakes and whatnot, they're always going to make mistakes. They're always going to have a limited context. And so this is going to keep happening. Eventually, there's going to be so much slop that even the LLM is not going to be able to handle it. And you're going to have a lot of issues, which I feel like is starting more and more with Zed. The Git client in Zed is starting to become really hard to use. And I'm starting to notice other things starting to fail subtly. So, okay. I have the clanged. So, can I start eglot? No match. Do I have to install it? If that's literally it, then that sounds like how code editors should handle this shit. I will try Doom Emacs in my summer vacations. I will try Doom Emacs at the end of the stream, by the way. Forgot to mention that somebody said that it exists. It says here that there should be enough to do eglot, but it auto-completes for me? I don't want that. No, don't auto-complete. Should be built in. Maybe it is? Is not the development upstream anymore. Eglot is in the Emacs core since Emacs 29. How do I know my version of Emacs? Nope. Emacs 30. Okay. So I should have eglot. Maybe I just ran it wrong. Oh, I did. Server Clang D now managing. Yo. Did we do it? Oh, that auto indentation is wrong, friend. But hey, okay. I'm seeing format here. That is the name of the argument. Array and index. I feel like I made the text small again. Okay, yeah, I tried to run eglot as a Lisp function before, which wasn't great. Oh my god, look how easy that was! This is how it should be! This is how it should be. For tree sitter, same thing. I do think I did something wrong when I tried to install the language thingy for my own thing, but yeah. Look how easy this is. Alright. What did we say? And the keystrokes are wrong. Z is starting to not work too well anymore. I'm starting to see the little alarm bells going off for me. To be fair, I think I was kind of ignoring them before when I didn't even realize it was vibecoded, which, by the way, my bad for not realizing that. That was genuinely so obvious in hindsight, but I didn't realize. Well, my bad, doesn't matter. But yeah, I didn't realize it was vibecoded. And when I realized, a lot of things started to click, and it kind of made it obvious to me that this is not going to be very sustainable. Git, for example, has always been very buggy in Z. And I used to think, okay, they're going to fix it eventually. And then they added work trees, for example, which, like, does anyone here know what a Git work tree is without having to look it up? I'm going to go with no, because I want to continue talking. So I'm not going to wait for anyone to answer, but I guess we'll see. And it kind of shows that it's an agent taking a... Go ahead and answer. You used them, okay? You were answering, so give us your answer. It feels like a very niche feature. I'm gonna guess most developers don't know or don't use work trees. And they're a little bit weird. You heard about them from looking at JJ. I heard about them from Zed. I don't even fully remember what they are, to be completely honest with you. They're like different versions of our repository, right? Something like that. So yeah, it feels like now I'm starting to see why this random ass feature was added where the Git client itself barely works and it's actually getting worse. I'm assuming the code for it is just slop at this point. And when you get to like when I look at vibe coded code, it genuinely there's zero incentive in using it because it is so bad. And you might think, okay, so just let the agent run it, but the agent has a limited context. Let the agent be the one that manages that code. The agent has a limited context. And eventually it's going to get to the point where it doesn't understand the code itself anymore, and it will be a problem. So, yeah. I think that with Z vibe coding, I've turned off auto updates. Because like already Git is broken enough, and I'm starting to notice other things subtly breaking. To the point that it's a little glitch, but it wasn't there before. Now it is. And I'm gonna expect it to get worse and worse and worse. So I'm starting to notice Z breaking. And that is not very pleasant. Okay, how did I open a new frame? By the way, Emacs has this beautiful thing where new frames are windows and new windows are frames. So if I want to open a new panel, that's a window. But if I want to open a new actual window, it's a frame. So I want a new window on the right. And in this window, I want to run do I have to type save and then kill, or like just save? No, I just wanted to close one of them. Why are they mirrored? Ah, this isn't what I wanted. This isn't what I wanted. I wanted to have one file and the other one have another file. So you have interpreter. No, you have. No, you don't have a file. You don't have a file. You have a file. You have interpreter lisp C. Okay, and I want to open a shell in this one, right? Did we say it was called eShell? eShell. Very nice. Cool. Right, no, I'm not actually going to be able to build this. Okay, I do want to rewrite my build system in Lisp, like upgrade it to version 3, but I don't want to do that on stream. So I'm just going to very quickly patch the current build system. All right, so I want to build.redb, which this one it doesn't have the highlighter for. I could get the interpreter, but then I don't know how to actually run it. Emacs names are pretty weird. The terminology predates a lot of GUI terms. Figured. The backwards compatibility is always the problem with this shit. Although, I do have to say, if you already had a finished shipped product that called something Windows and something frames, all of a sudden having to switch those names is going to be super confusing for your audience, for your audience, for your users. So I understand that. But to new users, this is weird as hell. Steep learning curve, 100%, yeah. More time writing configs for both. Yeah, there's people who literally only write configs for code editors. It's the same thing that people do with like, oh, I use LLMs to make LLM tools that I can use to then use LLMs better, so I can then use to make my tools better. So, and then there's the whole, oh, I use NeoVim to write NeoVim config, so I can use the NeoVim better, so I can use it to write NeoVim config better. And then there's me doing the same thing, but like with an operating system and a code editor and a programming language and a compiler and all that stuff. Whatever. I use ChatGPT to train Claude. Yeah, pretty much. It's against the terms of service to do that in Claude, by the way. Okay, here's the thing. This is the actual compiler. Ah. The compiler is ignoring sources. interesting. Okay, so that's kind of convenient for me. I can make it ignore main.c, and I can rewrite main.c for the interpreter. Right, either that or ignore source. By the way, I'm going to rename main.c because that's just for compiler. This is for the interpreter. I want to call it, since it's for VMs, imaginal, because they're imaginary. But I actually, no, that's what I want, yes. Ignore main, and this new file that I'm going to be creating imaginal is going to be the one that actually holds this stuff. What's Claude going to do? Turn off the internet? Turn off your Claude subscription. You know? That's what they're going to do. All right. You know I'm not minding Emacs? Again, my zonification is happening. Imaginal. That's what I called it. All right, and here I want the template, which is main.c. All right, so I'm going to need to, at the very least, include syscalls.h. There's still no code complete, so that sucks. But at least it'll tell me when something is correct or not. If you learn any one of them, you can ship 100% code faster. I don't know. I guess we'll see. I think I want to disagree with that because if your objective is to ship code fast, you're not going to be bothered by which tool you're using. You're going to be just using whatever tool you already know how to use. Granted, at some point you will have to learn to use that tool. And again, tools that aren't these have a better learning curve in that they don't have one. Okay, whole. I forgot how to copy. See, tools that just have Control-C, Control-V don't have that issue. They don't have that issue. I'll tell you that much. I've looked at a lot of websites, by the way. All of this is from just today, because this I opened. And when you look up... This is a list of shortcuts for Emacs. And I'm looking up the word copy, and I don't find it. That's concerning. NW. No, that's cut, isn't it? No, that's copy. Okay, thank you. Wait, the kill ring? No, not the kill ring. Oh my god, hold on, now I'm confused. Copy Emacs. Emacs copy command. MW and paste in other applications with Control V. But that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to... Wait, for that matter, can I do this? There you go. Although, those quotation marks, what are they? Is it because it comes from a different buffer? What are these? They're errors, are they? They're errors. Okay, I will need to include this, not the IR generator, not that. Okay, so I will need this. And I will need a buffer. Find it easier to just copy like this, I guess. And then the buffer is actually being read by parse arguments. So I'm gonna copy that too. Should probably not be copying this code and just like standardizing it, but whatever. Then file helpers, file buffers, and the allocator is probably gonna be necessary. And then this is for an output name. We don't actually have that. Although we will eventually. But we don't right now. Because I'm thinking, if the compiler is capable of also compiling, can I make it so that it compiles code? Compiles to C? Yeah, let's at the very least experiment with that. Alright, we're then gonna put these here, and the indentation is fucked. God, it keeps getting worse too. Alright. So all of that, and that as well, and then this, and then this whole thing come with me. Good. Now I can return you to how you were. And also include parser ast.h. That should give me that, and get rid of this profiler stuff because we're not profiling. Damn it, that was the wrong command. No, what the hell am I doing now? No, great, stop doing that. You're going to copy road. Okay, it did it. But why are you trying to match an element in the regular expression? How do I cancel that? A Fable Mythospan did more than kill Anthropic. It killed software as a service. Thank God. Woohoo. Significant improvement if I get used to Emacs. I don't know about NeoVim. I do think maybe with Emacs because, again, working with files. Something that is capable of doing that. Now, I'm trying G, but it's not doing it in my G. Maybe twice? No? I don't know. But anyway. What are you trying to match here, brother? What about Alt-M? No. Place the mouse cursor at the line after next element and redo it. Okay, is that good enough to shut the fuck up? Thank you. Not just like... No, stop. How do I cancel one of these? Whatever. I can type, I can do shit. Okay. Alright, so now I have my little virtual machine runner. No, I still don't. I have to get an ln report, which comes from... Can you tell me where that comes from? Who imports this? Okay, I know Zed can tell me, so I'm just gonna ask Zed real quick. Oh no, it actually doesn't. Wait, no, hold on. It doesn't know because I'm in the wrong place. Comes from here. Ah, it's a... No, that... I'm gonna put that in a parser. That doesn't necessarily belong there, but it will fix the issue. Can I tell Clank to reload somehow? I feel like it should have. Because like parse ln. That is another function that comes from here. Yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna put it here. Whatever, man. I'll still need to refactor a lot of this code, move it around and whatnot, so why am I bothering with this right now? Okay, is that good enough for you? There we go. Alright, so now I should be able to print the stack. And I can... No. Stop trying to run that, even though I kinda do need it now. I want an E shell. Well, actually running a command was enough to close that thing, but whatever. I'm not sure how to do it. Anyway, now I should be able to red C, good, and build. All these files that it is adding are ending up in the compilation. And the worst part is Emacs itself doesn't even see them. Did you create them again? .imaginal.c. Oh my god. That is insidious. Lisp, you cannot. You can edit output of the terminal. How did I not think that? Obviously you can. .imaginal.c .main.c and .lisp.c. Jesus. And there it goes again. There it goes again doing it. Because it recreated the fucking files. It's still trying to do the Lisp. Okay, Emacs, listen. What the fuck? I'll figure you out eventually, but like, what the fuck are you doing? Okay. Now, now my Imaginal file is gone. No, Emacs, genuinely, what the fuck are you doing? Look, there they are again. These files are back. But it also deleted the file that I had been working on. Brother. We'll need to figure that out. We'll need to figure that out. Okay. There it is. Now I'm running off of the Imaginal VM. Just by the way, no reason I called it Imaginal VM. So Imaginal Lisp is not supposed to sound like anything else. Anyway, I should now finally, historic moment, be able to call eval, which does nothing, so it's not super historic moment, but it is a historic moment. Eval is an interpreter lisp.h. Eval my Parse results AST stack. No, I need to create a navigator for it. I forgot how to do that. But that's what I need to do. There's the eval one. There's the fucking files again that it created. Insane. Semantic analysis, SSN, this thing. You create a stack navigator, you assign the stack to it. That's all you need to do. There's nothing super special about it. Okay. Create a stack navigator, you assign a stack to it, and you put the cursor at 0. That's it. Now I can call eval, which is not going to do anything, but whatever. Saving the files in Z and Emacs before compiling. Okay. New to programming, 16. I went to Master C. Any suggestions or any guide? I already know the basics, but what to do now? Whenever I try to start a project, it ends up being a failure, and I get super confused when I read documentation. Okay, so the documentation part is not you, because there's some fucking documentation out there. I swear to God. That's not on you. I think it's very common for any project that you start to not necessarily be able to finish it. And it's very common, especially at the beginning, to make a project that might be too big. Even like I recently kind of finished a small game that is actually just something that I made so I could experiment with some mechanics for a bigger game. That alone took a while. So even something small is pretty big, and it's not really a problem if you end up not finishing the project, because as you're doing it, you're learning more stuff. So just continue doing projects. If eventually you find a project that you want to stick with, then do that. If not, then just continue doing it. Just continue learning. To be fair, like the OS that I'm working on is the first project that I have worked on for a regular amount of time without taking super long breaks in between. And again, it helps that when I'm working on something like this, it can eventually tie back to that. So that is convenient. But yeah, just continue working on projects. If you don't finish a project, that's fine. It's not a big deal. You don't have to have a finished project. You're learning by working on those projects more than by finishing them. Finishing a project might be important, but yeah, projects, even small projects, are pretty big. Okay, so eval is telling me that the semantic value of the nodes is 11, which is not very telling, but again, Emacs, I'm sorry for quitting you, but I'm already lost in Z even, so here's where I'm trying to go. Why are you doing this to me? I should be able to actually do semantic sem name, maybe? Semantic, blanking on the name of the function that I need, but it should be in semantic rules.h. sem rule strings. That's what I want. It's not a function, it's an array. That should make them printable. You know, if I do it right. There we go. Okay. So it only found those two nodes, nothing else in between, because again, I'm not really giving any kind of semantic value to anything else. So it knows that there is a value and knows that there is a value, but there's no semantic value for this S expression and the atomic expression. And I really need that if I want to make a proper interpreter. Although it is getting kind of late, so I'm not sure how much longer I'm going to be able to do this, but this has actually been enjoyable. I forgot what it was like to enjoy doing the projects that you're doing. Thanks multitasking. Not multitasking, I already have multitasking. Thanks multi-threading. That was a genuinely unenjoyable experience. And I'm pretty sure I also like conditioned myself to not enjoy it. Is it because of this? Do I need to kind of chain them like that? No. Okay, so this is my entire tree. And I can maybe make it print a little bit more information because I'm not sure what's happening. There's some information here that I was maybe expecting to see that I'm not seeing. So what was the name of that function I just used? Already forgot. Sem rule strings. Put that there and there. Okay, so it's none for most of them, but some of them should have a semantic value. DSA or projects. You're gonna learn algorithms and you're gonna learn all that stuff when you're working on projects. So, yeah. Personally, I've never found it super useful to just do something to learn how that thing works. If I don't have a project to do with it, I end up being kind of directionless. Okay, I'm gonna learn C now. Well, after I've written this, what else is there to learn? If I don't have a project, I find it very hard to know what to do next. So, personally, I would choose projects. What are you doing? Anyway, some of you should have semantic values that you don't have. That is a problem. I can check my rules. This is a sim rule. This is a sim check. Okay. This performs a check on the semantic rule that it applies here, whereas this performs a check on the semantic rule that applies here. So why am I not seeing semantic rules for the S expressions and the atoms? I expect those to be there. I expect some of these, this one, and one of these A's, and one of these A's, well, the bottom ones, to have that, but they don't. That's a problem. No, actually the one above it. So these E's should have EXP in here, but they don't. This expands to semantic rule EXP when you parse the rule as expression, mark it as being an expression. Likewise, when you parse an atom, mark it as being a value. Maybe value is not correct. It should be an expression still. But yeah, don't make fun of my tokenizer's mistakes, okay? I would love to make it s-exp, because I do constantly want to call it sexp or sex expressions, but my tokenizer is a little bit limited right now. It is made specifically for C and it doesn't handle hyphens. So I'll need to work on the lexer a little bit actually. So the tokenizer to be able to handle Lisp tokens and Lisp comments and all that stuff. All right. Parser, where are you? Parser. Okay, so parser has a push AST token or a push AST rule. Right. And if the rule is equal to rule expression, so rule 1, then I'm going to be, there's 2, 3 expressions. Okay, so I'm expecting to read this print 3 times. Oh, there's backtracking. I forgot about backtracking. There's backtracking, so you read it a bunch more times, to be honest, but what I care about is sem rule strings for this thing, because I don't understand why it's not being saved. None. Okay, for rule 1, language rules, rule 1, semantic rule, there is none. I put it in the wrong place. That's it. I put the rule in the wrong place. This goes here. Okay. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. We have an expression. All right, inside that expression, there is another expression. What is that? Print, a value. We also have another expression. Hello, a value. Although, no, we're good. Maybe I want to differentiate between them. Wait, I forgot. There is a configuration that I can do in my tokenizer, skipping a type check. And that's not a thing that I want to do. So instead of using const, which is either an integer or a string, or a number or a string, I want to handle them separately. So, not sure if this is the name for them. Okay, yes, that is correct. All right. So now based on the type of token that this is, I'm going to be able to tell the kind of expression that this is and what to do with it. So I get a little bit of typing with this, thanks to which one of these, if it's an identifier, a string, or a number. All right, and Maybe if I strategically move this over here, it's even better. I have an expression. Okay, first off, let me look at my actual code. It's print hello. Okay, so I have an expression. Inside of that expression, there are two items. Again, you're supposed to skip anything that doesn't say none. So you have an expression. Inside of that expression, there are two items, val and val, two values. That seems correct. The first one is an identifier that we're going to have to check in the environment to see if there is a print. The second one is a string. Okay. Eval, your time to shine. Now, I would love to flatten this structure a little bit. That would be cool. I can kind of do that. If I make, okay, I'm gonna make my own custom parser for it. So that I can flatten it. Instead of print stack, it's going to be imaginal stack. And the first thing I'm gonna do is, if the node does not have a semantic value, we're just going to continue. So we're going to skip all of these non-nodes. Not quite, because I forgot to include common. All right, now we have only this. And then indent by, we're going to change the indentation type to be custom. Starts at 0 indentation, and then indents based on not the depth of the node itself, but the depth that we have here. Maybe it's better if I do this inside the stack navigator. Yeah. So never mind this thing. Print stack is fine. Better if I do this inside the stack navigator. All right. I need to detect when an expression ends. And the way that I do that is by comparing this expression ends at the end of this whole thing, to be fair. But the way that I know that it ended is that there's going to be something at the same or lower level. Right. So this is where I use a stack navigator. Instead of doing a for loop, I make it recursive. Or even I make a next node into the stack navigator sn. That is going to give me the There's one thing that I did that's kind of stupid. Why am I not using the size? Why am I not hard coding the size? Let me do that real quick. When I create a stack navigator, I give it a size, which is going to be chunk array count of this thing. I only calculate it once instead of a million times. All right. So you're going to iterate for so long as the stack navigator, the stack cursor is smaller than the size, increasing the cursor. And then if, then you're going to get the next node. Using the stack cursor. And if the node has a semantic value, then you return it. That's the next one. I have to increase it one more time, don't I? Or I have to increase it at the beginning of the... No, I think we're good. Otherwise, you return 0. All right, so now this eval function becomes a bit of a while loop. While there is a next node, which, can I do this? Should be able to do it if I do it like this, right? No. Is there a way to do what I just tried to do? I think there should be a way to do that, but I'm not. Not really. I mean, I'm doing it here in the while loop for the parser because the object that it goes into is this one. That's a different story here. All right. Don't matter. It's all the same. No, this does go at the end. Okay, so here. If node semantic value is equal to sem rule expression. So if it's an expression, then that is going to give me the current expression that we're trying to evaluate. Not entirely sure where I'm going with this. But yeah, that is an expression. All right, so we can screw it. Recreate the original code. That's usually a good way to know if you're parsing and understanding your program correctly. Recreate the original code. That's what I did with the first version of the compiler. That's what I'm doing here as well. By the way, okay. Otherwise, we're just going to print the value of the node, which is stored in a token. And then if last depth is bigger or equal to 0 and the node's depth is smaller or equal to the last depth, then we're returning from an expression. And at the end, we're also returning from an expression. That's how we know. Another node at this same length or at a previous length means the expression ended. Good. Like I said, the stack cursor is not being increased properly. I knew that, and I decided not to skip it. All right. It detected the beginning of the expression. And it clearly detected the two values because it printed two empty lines, but it didn't print the thing that I wanted it to. Oh, token to slice. I need to do a cast here. There's our original code. Okay, now am I doing the nesting correctly? No. I didn't accurately detect the end of this expression. And also, that's hello world, by the way. All right, that is interpreted by my program as this, where none of these expressions ever end. None of them. The only time we have a closing parenthesis is at the very end because it's hard-coded to finish with a parenthesis. So that's not good. The depths are actually being printed here, I believe. No, these are not depths. These are. But now, this expression here is causing this to open. Can I print the current cursor when I open the parenthesis? Two. 0, 1, 2. That is correct. The S expression is being detected as the beginning of an expression. And 13, for example. 3, 4, 5. Eesh, I lost count. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11, 12, 13. That's the beginning of an expression. So yeah, it's counting those correctly. But then it's somehow not detecting. If the last depth is bigger and equal to 0 and the node's depth is smaller than the last depth, I mean, I feel like it should be because like this is the depth of this node. This node is not as deep, right? So all right, let me simplify the thing a little bit. Just do that. And then this node here should be detected as a lower depth. So this is depth 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then hello is actually at depth 6. One more. Then it's 2. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 6. Why is this one 3? That's not correct. Let me see. There's a space hard-coded here. So that's this space. Then this one is a depth 1. So, oh, I'm doing it wrong. Oh no, this is indented by tabs, so. Or I'm doing an off by 1 error here. But either way, I'm still not sure what's happening. Alright, our first rule is a depth 2, and the next rule is a depth 3. Oh, well, yeah. Oh, well, yeah. There's nothing else at the same level as this one. Oh, well, yeah. So if I want to do this, I can just do something like... Okay. Print hello. But no, I'm also doing it wrong. I need to change my rules a little bit. Because there's an S expression, then there's nothing else at the same level. The next expression will be one level lower because it's chained. So the correct way of doing it is that. Now let me remove all these extra prints. Print hello, print world. Okay, yes, that is correct. An expression is print hello, then that ends. Print 2 world, then that ends. Print 3, print 4, hello world, then that ends. Then, for some reason, there's no end to the last one. So I need to check. Print 5 will be rendered correctly. There's one missing here. All right, it's almost 9 p.m. That's more than enough for now. So I'm gonna fix this. Tomorrow I'm gonna do more of it. Tomorrow I'm actually gonna write the eval version of the function and whatnot. So tomorrow is that day. And yeah, I'll find the missing parenthesis. I'll find that. I'll see if I like Emacs a little bit more. I'll see how that goes. And I'll also have to start continue refactoring the processes in my operating system while at the same time also refactoring the compiler. So that's gonna be very fun. All right. Thank you so much, everybody. I will see you tomorrow.